Hey guys, what's going on? Hopefully everybody's having a great night. Evening? Night? Just depends on where you're at. Sorry I'm 20 or 30 seconds late. I had to get some coffee. Caffeination is important. It's key in the world. So says I. So hopefully everybody has been safe, trying to avoid the Rona. Hopefully. Anyway, today we're gonna build something freaking awesome that I love. I'm bummed that I didn't get in on one of these. This is a customer board. No Rona there. Good. No Rona here so far. So far, so lucky. Trying to be safe. You know how it is. So today we're gonna build something that I think is pretty sweet, actually. So I didn't get in on one of these, and I'm pretty bummed because honestly they look really cool. Now the PCB is not all crazy underglow. It does have edge LEDs, which is probably good enough. But yeah, I'm kind of bummed. I would have really liked one of these. These are really nice. I don't know how I feel about the plate material, although it is super thick acrylic. But yeah, we'll unwrap that in a sec. It kind of reminds me of another CP that's out right now, actually. Let me go to someplace where I can pull this up. And then, yeah, that's not the one. That's not the one. Oh, I have a few things to talk about, but this is the one. So this bad boy right here. I go to group by. Ooh, I made that way bigger than it needs to be. Hopefully it didn't get super big for you guys. Group by. Heavy metal keyboards, right? I don't know if you guys have seen this group by, but this actually looks pretty promising to me. I think it looks promising, at least. I'm gonna turn that down just a tiny bit. It seems a little bit loud. Anyway, some of these look really cool. This HMKB 80 looks pretty cool to me if you're, into such things. But this is the one that looks really promising to me. Little compact 1800 layout, HMKB 95. I mean, some of these start at pretty decent prices. Like this 60% right here at 130 euro, or a 65 at 140 euro. Like those are pretty good numbers, if I'm being honest. Extraordinarily good numbers. Now this 65 right here doesn't have a blocker, so I don't know what bottom rows it supports. Does it say? Yeah, okay. Well, maybe it does have a blocker. No, it can't possibly, because it has this support right here. You got in on this? There were some choices. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the HMKB 95. Hey, Pierre LeBlanc, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1. I appreciate that, man. I really do. Really, I do. So yeah, you said you got on this. There were some tough choices. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm kind of choosing myself. Like I'm really between getting like a 65% or maybe even a 75, because this 75 looks really good. And I'm not really that into 75, but I kind of like the way that looks right there. Or the 95. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Someone gifted you a sub when you were AFK. Just wanted to pass it on. Thanks for the content. Hey man, I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. And thanks to whoever passed on a sub to Pierre LeBlanc. Appreciate that. Feel free to come back and join us literally all the time. We do twice a week. So right now we're doing Wednesdays. We're doing Wednesdays at 6:30, and we're doing Sundays at 10 a.m. Pacific time, all Pacific time. but I think we're gonna move pretty soon, like maybe even as early as next week, though I haven't decided for sure, to Tuesday, same time, maybe even just a little bit earlier, maybe 6 p.m. I'm considering it. I think it might not be a bad plan. Wednesday's kind of overloaded. There's a lot of folks that stream, and while I love all of them, I want to watch their content. So, you know, it's hard. Telios, V2s, or more GAT inks. I feel like they're both really good. I rank Telios. Okay, here's my top linear choices for the moment. For the moment, I would do over all of the options, and this is a really tough choice because number 1 and 2, and actually 3 are really close, but 1 and 2 especially. Alpaca linears with films that are lubed, right? So there's my number 1, but it's immediately followed just by lubed Telios. And then right behind that, though maybe not quite as close as those other two are, would be GAT inks. Also lubed, of course. You have orders / stock of everything but alpacas and Telios. Honestly, get Telios then. But Jorts, I agree. I'm a tactile guy personally. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm gonna get on this. If I get them, I'm probably gonna get the stainless board, and I'm probably gonna get stainless with a brass plate, which raises the price with an extra PCB to $285, which is kind of a lot for the type of board it is, but kind of not a lot considering all the other factors. So I don't know. Yeah, Jorts, I don't know, man. For me, it's tactiles, then clicky, then linear. But I don't really hate on any of them, and clickies have so limited options in what's actually good that linears almost overtakes by sheer value of how many there are. You can't do the click anymore. I don't hate on it at all. I mean, I like box royals the most, or box navies rather the most, not box royals. Sorry, just had box royals in my mind. Somebody was talking about. They go clicky eventually. You have 70 gram box kills on a board right now, and you're so in love with them. Hey, whatever you like is the right board for you, right? Though holy pandas, yeah, holy pandas are good, man. Still good. Fluffy unicorns. I like that name too. That is awesome. All right, so I don't know. I wish somebody could just tell me, have you thought of this combination on these? And then it'd be me be like, oh no, I haven't, but totally I'm down. What is this plate option going on here? Huh, whatever. All right, guys, so I'm not really sure what I'm doing on this. I probably would default to this 1800 compact, but I don't really have any 75s in my inventory right now. I don't know how I feel about it. 65 is probably where I would go the most, but it doesn't appear to have a blocker there, and this shows that it supports with a space there, but it also supports with not, which makes me think there just must be like a gap if you don't do it. Anyway, oh, before we do that, other things I think are totally worth a shout out, right? Are GMK Lux. I think GMK looks pretty decent, at least. I like that the compatibility is all there. I also, GMK Classic Blue, I'm almost certainly gonna get on this. This is a tough one for me though. Are we up still? We are, yeah. This is a tough one for me because I like both of these. I'm having a hard time choosing. But I guess we'll see where we get. Anyway, that's... Oh, yeah. So also Cat Arctic is another one that I'm looking at. But the problem that I find is that all of the sets that I want total up to $253, which in my mind makes this an outrageously expensive set. Now, I like a lot of compatibility. I guess I could remove the $12 Arctic set And I guess I could give up the other mods and lose a little bit of mod support that I kind of want. That's $48, and I could lower it down to about $200. Maybe even give up one of these and be at 160, but that's still a lot of money for a set. So that may just not happen because I don't really like sets that are kitted out like that personally. Anyway, Classic Red is coming out soon too. Yeah, I can't wait. That actually looks really good. Sounds really good. I think I'm more apt to do, well, I'm not more apt to do one or the other. I'm just apt to do both. You can get one blocker or two on the 65. Can you? Okay. I didn't know if you could get the blocker on the uppercase. I didn't look at the options, but if you can get the blocker, then that's totally worth it to me. I still don't see where you can get the blocker though. Is it like an install piece? I mean, I guess where I'm at with that is the HMKB, the 95 or whatever, has like a lot of weight and sounds really good to me. It says it's 2.3 kilograms built, right? So 2.3 is pretty good, right? What is that? 2.3 times, no, that wasn't a multiple. 5.06 pounds, so 5.1 pounds almost. Like, that's a hefty board. That's a hefty board. Click on the 65 and go to options. All right, I will. I'll tell you what. Options. Are you talking about here? It's approximately 85 pounds. Oh, that was hidden. Sorry, that's why I didn't see it. It was hidden. That makes way better sense. Way better sense. Yeah. What is two blockers? Ooh, two blockers. What do you get when you do two blockers? Man, you may have just changed my mind. You may have just changed my mind. If it's one standard row with blockers. Second one has a 0.5U blocker at the bottom row. Third one has the same plus a 2-year blocker on the right column. Gives you some extra space next to enter. Ooh, that's actually really, 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 really cool. I see what you're talking about down here. That is freaking sweet. Yeah, that's that's actually kind of wild. I kind of might like that. So you should go to the pictures. The pictures are up here. Yeah, so I see the blocker there. And there. Okay. That's totally fair. Totally fair. I actually like that. I don't want the 2U blocker though. I totally use the blockers. I totally used keycaps there on a 65. So yeah, this is awesome. And I totally see how they're doing this, by the way. They're just stamping steel, which is freaking awesome. Like, you can tell the way that it's shaped is they rolled a flat piece of steel out and then they used a stamp to remove the extra, or a laser, maybe they might be laser cutting, and then they're just press breaking it over. You're not a fan of being able to see the screws like that. I'm not either, but I mean, who knows how much use that board will get for me. Like, it may get a ton, but it may get like none. I don't know. Yeah, the yellow does look really good, and I have to admit that's like a thing that I'm not really all about it, but like yellow normally, but I could kind of get in on it. I'm Clutchy. You ordered all your stuff for the tofu acrylic. That's freaking awesome, man. I can't wait. Can't wait. Stash, what's up, dude? How you doing? What if you make the keyboard, but it's all blocker? But it's all blockers, so it's just literally a big blank piece of metal. It sounds like a meme. Just have a like big box of metal on your desk that doesn't do anything at all. You plug USB in, nothing happens. Just RGB underglow or something. I like that. Yeah, that picture was really good. I really like that. I'm definitely gonna get in on one now. It'd be hard not to. You used to hate camping, now you love it. Petrov, nice to see you, by the way, man. Oh, like you love me. Did you used to hate me though? Oh. X Guchex, thank you so much for the new follow. I appreciate that, man. You'll put up an IC racing giraffe. Nice. Dang, Stash, putting me on the spot, man. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll check out your Instagram. Go peep it. I'll tell you what. Why don't you just post a link in here to the Instagram post? Too many people followed. I'm gonna rely on you to do that since you called it, but you can get everybody else to go see it too if you post it. Got novelty creams. Nice. We're gonna be building with creams today. These are customer lubed, or provided by customer lubed. Ooh, there you go, Stash. There we go, man. Thank you. Oof. Ooh, I love that. So I have that mat and I love that mat, but dude, I love that cable. That is so clean looking. And I'm generally, okay, so you guys know I'm not really a an artisan guy. I don't hate on them at all. I'm just not really into them, but like those look really good. Stop. There we go. Yeah, those look really clean on that. I really like that. I really do. All right. So without further ado, we're gonna get to building. We've been yapping our jaw for long enough, I think. This, I'm bummed that I didn't get in on this board. Like I said, it's kind of a bummer. HJCP. All right, I'm gonna mute this microphone because this is gonna be all sorts of cling rap loud. You know how it goes. All right, we're done with that. Yeah, those artisans were on point, man. Those look really good. Can I read your comment? Oh, you mean there's 3 pictures? Yeah, no, I just didn't. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Wow, I don't ever use this on a PC. I just use it on. Okay, fine. I'll click. Yeah, those are really clean looking, man. I love the fish hanging out. It's perfect. It's a really good looking board, my man. Really. Oh, I'm not logged in on. That makes sense. I'm gonna have to go on my other one. What was your comment, man? Where was your comment? Holy shit, the custom 1 of 1 camping cable from Lux. Yeah, it did come out beautiful. Yeah, so you're talking about the charity stream, Stash. I appreciate that. if anybody else wants, you can hit that exclamation point charity up in here, and you'll get a you'll get some information, you know, about a charity stream that I think is worth talking about. And that's really good. I really like that, man. Those alpacas, film alpacas, man. So favorite linears, if you were here listening to me talk about that a minute ago. Right now, my favorite. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. How about that? Also, how about that? All right, so we're gonna start. We're just gonna start pulling this apart. This looks really clean though, like really good. I love how it's got a sticker on it that says made in China. That's pretty funny, actually, gotta say. A little ridiculous, kind of funny. Look at that, look at that. Made in China. We landed a big dono for the auction today. Dude, that's freaking awesome, Visionaire. That's really awesome. By the way, all you other fellow charity participants, if you got anything to say about the charity, anything you guys are doing or that you want to plug, please feel free to call it out here. Absolutely. One-off key cult #1 Rev 1. Oof. 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 Bro, I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing with it either, because my slot is a little bit shorter than a build would normally be for me. So I'm just gonna have to, you know, I'm gonna do something cool. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna do something, you know, that's what we gotta do. I can look up, I wonder what my actual, is the list not public yet? Yeah, link the list, man. I've seen the list, but I'm not trying to, I think I've seen where you're at with it. I'm just trying not to call it out. So what I am gonna build at some point this weekend is gonna be a cipher. But I don't know if I'm gonna build it on that stream. If I do, I'm probably gonna like pre-lube all the stabs and have everything ready to roll. So I love everything about this board, about the case at least, with the exception of how thick this plate is. I don't really like plastic plates. Maybe it'll actually be better because it's all thick. Everybody should go follow that at the silent auction, because that's freaking awesome. That key cult #1 Rev 1, that's so good. So good. Kepler FC65. Come on, guys. The Rect 1800. What? Oh my god. Are you guys even paying attention to how good this stuff is? Oh man. Some of this stuff is so good. All the way down to like all those lower lots, man. Even the smaller stuff is really good. Tangies, alpacas, some brass plates for 60s. Artisans, a lot of artisans. Pank 40 kit. Man, come on, there's so much good stuff in here. For the silent auction. Yeah, there's really good stuff. The vendors went ham. That's awesome. That's what they should do. This is a good cause, right? Let's be real here. We want everybody to go ham on this one. That's what this is for. We want that support. I'm glad that somebody engaged the vendors, because I'm fuck the boards. I need those alpacas. Oof. I'm sure you're not the only one that feels that way, man. All right, so this actually reminds me, I still have alpacas that I bought, that I actually bought a bunch of extras for, with the intention of, at cost, giving them to somebody in Europe, because one of my customers had me buy some for him while I was doing my buy, and the Euro people couldn't get them. So if you're in Europe and you need some alpacas, you should hit me up on Reddit probably, or Discord. Send me a message. Let me know. Sorry, man. I am holding them for somebody who's in Europe. Swizz, love you, man, but I promised that's what I would do when I got them. I mean, I did buy a bunch of them. Why don't I live in the EU? Oof. I have to admit, if nobody pings me, they may just have to be a thing that gets given away. Nobody pings me before then. I'm not gonna announce it any more than I just did. Does Texas count as Europe? Nope, sorry. Love you guys, but we have the benefit of being able to get them. All right, so we're gonna pop this apart. Everybody's probably really afraid to do exactly what I'm doing here, and I kind of understand, because you're breaking this like fiberglass piece off. But it's honestly, there's these little perforated tabs, and it's real easy. Kentucky is basically France. It is scary, man. People get weirded out by this stuff. Let's open up a little microvision, and we'll zoom in on it. So you see that little perforation there? That little perf? I mean, you can see how thin the material is there on the perf, and you kind of notice that, like, there's basically no chance that anything is going to break before that does. Or that does. So, yeah, no worries. You need a microscope emoji? All right, I'll tell you what. You find me a good art for it, and I will put it up. But yeah, that's the ticket right there. So you just got a bunch of those, right? So it's real simple. You just apply pressure. If you're really worried about the board, you can hold here near where the perf you're breaking is, and then just apply sharp downward force with this finger, just like that, and you'll hear this. You'll hear this. Right, and bingo bango, they're gone. That's fine. Draw it yourself. I'm sure you'll be able to find one. I actually have like something on my stream deck that probably is that. Yeah, it's a crunchy sound, but it doesn't matter. It pops off, and if you find yourself seeing like sharp edges right there that you don't like or that are annoying you, you can actually take like a tiny little file and just hit it with like maybe a couple passes, and those things will bump right off. It's not important. It's not a big deal, but if you're anal about it, that's absolutely a thing you could do. I'll show you that real quick. Real simple. Right, so we'll go back to microvision, and you'll be able to see again. See those little ridges up there? So we'll get rid of those real quick. Take a little flat file. Boom, boom. And we'll literally just go. So you're literally cut with a file going forward. I'm not going to do it over this table because I don't want to get junk right there. Try not to breathe in fiberglass. Try not to breathe in fiberglass dust. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And here we go. I'll show you this one again. And now they're way smaller ridges, pretty much rubbed off all the way. And we're done. Yeah, we're gonna ignore that one and not touch that one too deep, right? Because we do a lot of soldering here, and we probably do not have the best ventilation system for it. Although that'll be in work soon. I'm gonna buy an inline filter. I need to handle that, or not an inline filter, an inline duct fan, and I'm gonna make my own. And I may have to do a little video on the wiring of it, just for funsies. Yeah, so not breathing in lead fumes would be optimal, right? So I will say though, there's been a little bit of research, and those little tiny fans that have an activated charcoal filter probably don't do what you actually want them to do in terms of removing flux dust or flux fumes. They probably make the air smell better. They probably don't actually remove the carcinogens at all. So good ones will have an actual HEPA filter on them that's filtering down to a very small particulate size, and it will have an activated charcoal filter on it. But you know, we do what we can. All right, so we're gonna remove this. We're gonna unscrew this. Ooh, I didn't show off something that I just got that I'm pretty happy with. Look at this. New tools, guys. New tools. Got some of them Weehas. I mean, I had some of the Weeha driver set already, but now I just have like a good set. I bought it on sale. I bought it when it was, ooh, I didn't, you're right, there isn't a link. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how. Tell you how, okay? I will find the link for you guys because it's that good. But there was a 50% off sale on Weeha, which like basically never happens. And Heine was kind enough to send me the link or the code, and I went on there and I bought a few things. So that's the 50%. Oh, that was a while back though. So if I look, Weeha, it's the Master series, I think. Driver Master series or something like that. Master set, that's it. Screwdriver Master set. Master Technicians benchtop 50 screwdriver deal. I will send. So that is, I can't, is it this one or is it this one? I believe it is this one. I believe it is this bad boy right here. And they are pretty high quality things. And I did get them for half that, which is still really expensive for what you're getting, IMO. Although they do make decent tools. I did order a few other things from them, and they sent me one of the wrong things, which is kind of a bummer because it's like literally the one that I wanted the most. I got a slimline driver for 2 millimeter, 2.5 millimeter, and 3 millimeter hex, and they sent me a 2.5 millimeter Torx. And I went back and I looked at my order, and I ordered the right thing. They sent the wrong thing. Yeah. So painful. Yep, they are like $10 per driver. You're not wrong. They are pricey. So with that 50% off coupon code, they're pretty nice. I almost bought some other stuff, like some really tiny torque wrenches or torque drivers. But I thought about this and I was like, you know what? Who cares? We're not over torquing stuff anyway. I don't really need those, and they're really expensive. Even at half off, they were really expensive, so I didn't do it. Man, this is some really clean acrylic. I love the frosted look on it, by the way. Super good. Luckily, you can order as many as you need. Work pays, you click order. Well, that's good, man. That's awesome. Some of our other small drivers are 50 bucks easy. Yeah, I mean, so where I work, I run into that same thing, where you need a tool, and it'll take like months for it to go through the ordering process at my work before I get it. But if it's the thing I need, I'll get it. Unless it's an emergency. Like if it's an emergency and I need something quick, there are ways to make that work. And I have in the past. I needed, so funny enough, right? Like I don't even really do IT. I mean, I guess my job is kind of IT-ish, but I don't really do it. I kind of do project management, but nobody was jumping on something. So I came up with a test that we needed to do something. And I needed a very high-end graphics card. And so I was like, hey, I want to order this 2080 Super. And they were like, and I was like, oh, and by the way, it's an emergency. I need it in the next like week. And they were like, all right. And it was like, boom. Felt so good. Hurt that I couldn't order myself one. I mean, I guess I already have a 2080 Super, but like, that's sort of what your job is like, but you don't need to manage people. Yeah, sorry, man. Or I guess be sorry for me. I don't know. I like my job. You don't know if you remember about the Olivia themed board I'm doing, but God, I'm so fucking hyped. Yeah, dude. So when are we expecting Olivia? Anybody got any updates? Because I have not been tracking. Okay, so we're gonna take this apart. We're gonna be kind of careful, right? Because this piece goes between. I don't need to be careful. I mean, we're not gonna scratch it, but with acrylic, you could break it. So obviously be careful not to like apply too much force to these. What up, Liquid Sky Design? How you doing? Fashion Fruit, what's up? You heard should be on the way to vendors soon. That's awesome. So we should have it in the US in the next 2 months or so? About? Wow, this is a really good job. I love TX. Like, I really do. The quality is so good. It's really hard to tell. Here, I'll zoom way in and it'll make your guys' life a pain in the ass. But if you look, hold on. So if you look in here, you can see that this is milled acrylic, not just laser cut. I mean, maybe it was laser cut and then milled. I don't know. But there's the little ledge for the clips to sit on at the right thickness right there. Now, I can't really zoom in with good enough quality, but there's a little bit of chattering that was going on with whatever the milling bit was when they were extended out into that hole. It doesn't matter, but honestly, they do such a good job, man. I love TX. Best value in customs, IMO. Best value. Depper29, what's up, man? How you doing? So you need to work from home. Racing Draft. Yeah, right. So then I can get them to pay for another high-end video card. This time I need a 2080 Ti though. You know, just cuz. Jorts, man, I can't freaking wait for that myself. Like, I got in on Olivia. I bought 3 sets of Olivia. Just, you know, that's a thing. Before you guys get crazy and call me a flipper or something, not once ever have I flipped anything, and I'm not gonna. Not with that either. No, I bought a regular one, and then I bought the dark version. I don't remember if it was called dark or what it was. So I bought both, and then I bought an extra of the standard light version just for display purposes. So basically all it will ever do is show up for like typing tests here, or for like if I go to a meetup or something. Any chance you have the inside line on when the next TX board will be? I don't, Liquid Sky Design, and that feels bad. I kind of would like to get to know Kin. Like, he makes such good stuff, and I'd love to like talk to him sometime and understand. I have not made time to do it because I really love his boards, and I really support everything they do, pretty much, because the pricing is fair. Like, there's obviously no desire to rip people off at all. His pricing is just good, and it beats everybody. So I got 2 extra bump-ons, 2 extra screws. Also love that. Thank you again, TX, for sending extras. You love their stuff, but getting your hands on one is tough. The funny thing is there are probably more TX boards out there of any given type than most customs. Is anybody getting in on anything special soon? Austin round 2 is out. I don't have my Austin to show off because I lent it to my buddy Shocks. Because he was able to get part of it, but not all of it, and he wanted to do a 3D print job, I think, on the top case, and he needed the dimensions. He was able to get like an extra plate and an extra PCB, but obviously no case. So boom. Because it's pretty. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting in on a second one and doing something wild like E-White or that red. You want AKI-S so bad. What is that one? I'm trying to remember. Post the link if you get a chance. What up, Shocks? How you doing, man? We were just talking about you. Are your ears burning? Shocks, man, you're named in one of my commands now. It's not your name though. It's exclamation lube station. Oh, okay, that'll do. This isn't gonna stick that well though, because this isn't a very heavy board. But cool, bump-ons are on. Great, happy. Now let's get to testing this bad boy. Let's test her out. Rakan Gaming, how you doing, man? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's GMK Camping, and it actually goes better. So this is unfinished aluminum, which is why it looks kind of grayish. This set goes much better with boards that are E-White, like this board right here. So it goes much better on things like that. Maybe it's easier to see on this. So this is white and this is gray or silver. Just my... Oh, you know what? Why don't I have my stinger turned on? Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it's better. Yeah, it's full-size compact, but by full-size compact, what we actually mean is it's big. But I like it because I like full-size boards. Yeah, I think it is too. That's, I think, where that set shines the hardest, although it looks good on this silverish gray too. Okay, so here's what we're gonna see. There's underglow LEDs on this bad boy, and I'm pretty excited for that. I don't know why these ones are angled right here. It's kind of weird. I don't know if you can kind of tell, but like if you look, they're angled, they're pitched in and out. The rest of them are flat. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. So it looks like all of those light up. Now we'll flip it back over, and we will we'll give it a little test. Yeah. Post the Geek Hack thread. Oh, No. So Swizz already posted the thick thock link. Ooh, that's so pretty, man. By the way, on the board that we were talking about earlier, the HMKB, the 65%, this is the type of blocker arrangement I would have preferred to see, actually. So they did a blocker right here, and then this blocker, and those are both optional. For the second blocker, I would have preferred to see that and then that, because I prefer 1.5U bottom row pieces with a 7U spacebar versus pretty much any other arrangement. But whatever, man. This is how they decided to make it. Ooh, look at that. That looks clean, man. I like those angles. That's really, really good. The polycarb one looks good. It does. I like there's like gold on the external part. So it says sold out. Is the I don't actually remember this board somehow. Whoa, look at that. That's not clickable. That looks really good. Okay, it hasn't run yet. I was like, did I miss this? This looks amazing, man. This is my kind of 65 right here. You can tell this is going to be like a separate piece of metal right here. Likely the end of month or next month. Man, that's a clean looking board. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I'm going to keep my eye out. Around 365. Limited to 50 units. Jorts, I'll tell you what, man. Ping me on Discord or something if you know when that's going to run. I'll try and keep myself in the loop, obviously. But if you think about it, remind me, because I kind of want one of those. That looks amazing. It's going to be hard to catch. It will be. Everybody's going to have to be on it. Austin round 2 by Drift Mechanics. I don't know if you're familiar with Drifting Bunnies. Cool dude. And the Austin round 1 that I have is freaking amazing. And by I mean Shocks currently has it, but I own one. And dude, so good. So good. Saw it in the renders for GMK Sumi. Okay. Another board that I'm looking forward to is obviously I think TKL1 by Heine, which will be private group buy, but I'm hoping that I'll get a shot at one. And one that I also really want, that I think you guys should all be looking out for, is Iron 180. Those are like this year, those are the things that I think are going to be hot. I'm calling it. Also Satisfaction 75 round 2, stuff like that. I think I might keep it though. Thanks, man. Yeah. I will storm your house for it. I'm joking. I did. Well, I didn't hand it to you. I set it down and then you entered that same space. I mean, it was during the Rona. Like, can't wait for Sat 75. Sat 75 round 1 was so good that we know the second one's going to be great, and it's going to sell out in like seconds. But for now, this is what we're working on. Boom. Come on. There we go. That's the one. I don't know which of these I'm focused on. I know I'm actuating a bunch of them multiple times because PCB is like Swiss cheese. Supports all the things. Okay. What does this do? Oh, helps if I switch over to 104. I'm just gonna redo these. We know the F row all actuated. Okay. This did page down. Okay, fair. Stat 75 is your daily driver, and yeah, dude, it's gonna be good. Kid Lurker. That's how I feel about Iron 180. I saw those first renders on Grain, right when Langalandia posted Grain, and I was like, oh god, wants so bad. I mean, I want Grain, right? But then I was just like, no, need. Need that board. Where am I that this is? Okay. Weird. Okay, so that's, and then there's plus. Need to check. TSC, I think you're gonna need to be a little more specific about the need to check thing that you said, and is it something that I need to do right now? Sorry guys. George, TKLs aren't your thing. You have 175 and 1 TKL still on the way. Those will probably be it. I mean, that'll be it for larger boards, or like every board you ever own? Hopefully it's not everything you ever own. There's a lot of really cool boards out there that I think are worth... Okay, what's going on here? Why are these not triggering? Oh, because I'm not focused on there anymore. Helps if I'm on the actual spot that I want. These should all be space over here, and then we should move on to... This is actually really beautiful. I have a feeling this is going to look freaking great. Did I miss F? Yeah, I did. So I don't know who makes this PCB, but I will say the default PCBs that come with TX boards are sometimes the most disappointing part about ordering any board from them. Like, for so long, it's like, Liku L3s, and you're like, no. A lot of Korean customs are like that. Or even worse, the Lin Whales come with that phantom garbage or whatever it comes with. Don't even know how to redo that at all. All right, so now we know this works. We already tested that upper row. We're not going to redo it, but I think you guys understand. Customs have struggled with PCBs for sure, and they really don't need to, right? They really don't need to. Like, they don't need to struggle at all. Like, it's silly. Ever since H87A came out, they should have just started shipping with those. Straight up. Straight up. At least that's how I feel about it. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Had a guaranteed slot if you wanted, but was trying not to buy extra stuff at the time for Iron 165. Dude, Iron 165 is so good. So good. You don't even know, man. You don't even know. You really don't. Ah! Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Customers can just send them back to him for repair at any point. Snow Pro PCB? Really? Oh, I did not realize that, but I will say that, like, Snow Pro is really irritating. Really irritating, in fact. Okay. So anyway, this PCB works just great. We are happy. We're gonna take this apart. We're gonna pull that off to the side, right? We're gonna grab our plate. Right, so I mean, this is gonna be a real straightforward build. We are gonna lube stabs, but outside of that, we're pretty much there. This is a fixed plate position. I don't know if you guys can tell. It's one stabilizer here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stabs, the end. Right? Because you don't have them here. So great. You bought one because he did some fancy stuff to try and make it look better on the Duck Viper front LED and clean now. Yeah, so I'm not hating on it, Visionaire. I just, like, really what I want is for it to use QMK already. That's like a really big one. Like, can you just make it use QMK so it's not a pain in the ass for us? So we are using, it looks like these come from Novel Keys, if the box is to be believed. Customer can chime in if he's in here. The OTUD stuff sucks. Yeah, agreed. Still waiting on Rama to launch M60A Seek 3 GB. Dude, that's cool. I hope he does. I like Rama boards. The M60A, the M65, like, those are great boards. Yeah, man. I believe these are just, are these GMK or Cherry stabs? I don't know the tool markings to know for sure. They look like GMK stabs. The AKI will have QMK and VIA support. Oh yeah. Every board nowadays should at least have QMK support, which means it can be brought into VIA should someone decide to. GMK, yeah, I think they are. If they're from Novel Keys, they probably are those. Okay, so we don't need this right now. What we need is to clip and lube these stabs. And do you mind if I ask, what were the creams lubed with? Star Fox. VIA is a real game changer. So here's my thoughts on VIA. I really like VIA, and I think it's a game changer for 99% of people 99% of the time. But if you want to do any of the advanced things that you can do with QMK, like the really advanced stuff, VIA may not be what you're looking for. Like, I don't believe at this point there's any way to, like, drop straight down into the code that drives macros and can enter other stuff. So it'd be really cool to see that in there. Makes a GPL 105 on the springs and 205 grade 0 on stems. Okay, sounds like a good thing. I can hear a little bit of, not crunch in there, I can hear a little bit of friction on the stem, but seems like it's good. TSC at Racing Giraffe, we're gonna work on getting a backlog of videos created for Cal and Opes. We're hoping to just drop the content around June 9th. Yes, I agree. And with any luck, that's where we'll actually go. I think we'll be able to do it. I think we'll be able to pull it off. I do. And we will fix the audio. in the next one. That's my fault because I had my chat slider. I was recording it, so my bad, guys. My bad. Good. We're definitely gonna do some stuff, and it's definitely gonna be fun. What do I all think of Canon Key's new board? Which one? Clarabelle Southpaw Mini 1800. Huh. I think it depends on how much it costs, honestly. I mean, I'm a lefty and I don't like Southpaw boards. So. Subject to change, but I might get one. I really do like that. It looks good. I like all that extra silk screening as well. The little gold insert. It's clean. It looks good. There's a cow on the back of it. And is he like low-key teasing that desk mat? That looks good too. Runs June 15th. I may not get in on it. There's too many other things that may take my time. Or money, rather, as the case may be. Too many. I'll tell you what, if I don't get on Austin round 2 or this HMKB, there may be funding available for it. Kind of depends. The elongate. Ooh. And I love that there's so many options now. Think about, so right before I got into the hobby, right? There was this moment where like, and I was watching the hobby a little bit right then. There was like, oh, there's like 1 or maybe maximum 2 group buys on any given month, right? And they weren't run through vendors primarily, they were like people. So it was like there just wasn't a lot of extra stuff going on. Some stuff didn't hit MOQ, didn't run, and like now it's insane. Everything's running all the time, everything hits, or is bought out by a vendor and then is like super sought after because there's like only 5 copies of it in the world, you know? I don't know, man. Like, it's great. It is great. See the IC for ICC I60 168 just saw it pop up on Group Geek Hack. No, I didn't see it, but links are a real thing, man, and you can put them in here if they are to relevant content. The Rebellious Compact. Ooh. With a viewing window. Oh, I see what you did there. With a viewing window. What is this? This is like one of those cheapy boards where you do all the through hole yourself, but on like a really high-end custom. I love that. That is freaking awesome. I want that. Like, I sense that many people will be hitting me up to build that exact board because what they want is for the stuff in the viewing window to look really clean and perfect. And most people can solder stuff together pretty well. Oh, the GMK Unit 1 Rev 3. Yes, I did see this. I don't believe I'll be getting in on it, but it does match one of the colorways that existed on the Space 65 Cyber Voyager, and that's kind of cool. And I think it was there was renders of that on that, if I'm not mistaken. The Argyle 60 through hole. Man, I love that there's like good cases coming for some of these through hole boards. Oh my god, that one was Shoko. And those teal resistor renders. That looks really cool. I really like that, actually. So what bums me out is I don't see an Argyle pattern in the resistors. That's what I want. be crazy to like get working, but I really like it. Oh, Mellow Yellow, I missed your link. No, you're good. You're good. For stuff like that, you're good. The IKKI 68. Who's doing this? Sikib. Have they announced any kind of who it's going to run through or whatever? Ooh, is the whole bottom brass? It's kind of impressive. Why are there all these extra screws? I'm so confused by this. Oh, they're not. Those are the edge. Looks good. Mike from Novel Keys got a hold of the Unit 1 designer, so it'll finally happen after design purgatory. Word. Oh, I just put the leg down there. That's dumb. Okay. So now they're all clipped. Now we're gonna get to lubing them up. Argyle does look like a cool board. I have to admit, I like it. I'm curious to see some of these, like when they come out, how much they cost. It does look like a really nice board, and I do kind of really like the through hole, but on a premium case, right? Because most of the through hole boards that there are, I'm not gonna say they're shit. They're not shit. They meet a price point in the market that doesn't exist otherwise. But that's not really the price point I'm targeting, and I want boards to be heavy and nice, like beefy. This board is kind of an exception because it's not going to be beefy, and I have other ones that aren't that heavy, but like I want most of my boards to be that way. TSC is the best mod. In fact, hard to follow the link watching you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Was I not showing you? Okay, here we go. This is what we're doing. Here you go. So this is the IKKI 68. Sorry I didn't show you before, man. So I think it looks cool. I like that whole bottom piece appears to be brass. Pretty cool. That is a pretty dope. That is a pretty dope command. Hey man, you gotta love the mods. Like, they make this rockin' world go round. Like, they really do. Without TSC, the channel would really not be what it is. And without a few other people who have been longtime supporters. A couple of those people have commands too. So I really like that. I really, really do. I like that the bottom has this Argyle look to it, but I really would like to see more Argyle exposed. This is the GMK Unit 1 that I was talking about. This is the one that has a colorway that matches what's going on one of the Space 65 Cyber Voyager colors. This is the Rebellious compact full size that TSC posted a link to, and I love that this looks like such a premium case, but it has that Discipline 65 look, which, by the way, barely sync. Did I get the Discipline V2? So I think you're a customer who sent me one, right? I think the answer is I did not receive one yet, or if I did, it's in a pile of boxes over there. Maybe I did. Now I'm having a hard time. Maybe. Ping me on Discord or on Reddit after this. So I really like this though, because this looks like a super premium board. Like, it looks really nice. It has some lines that are reminiscent of J01. Big heavy brass weight, but it has that through hole top piece, And if you're good at soldering and you can make this look super clean up here, like that display window on a really nice board like that is going to be awesome. Also, I really like compact full size. And then the other thing we were looking at was this Annabelle, not Annabelle, Clarabelle, which is a cow. Southpaw style. I don't know how I like this. It's very flat looking. It looks nice. Like I love the attention to detail here. I just don't know if I'll get it on it. It looks nice, but I don't really like Southpaw boards. Although I do like compact 1800, so there's a very high probability that when this runs, I'm not expecting other group buys to be soaking up my money, I will get one. Those are my thoughts on it. Oh, did I miss one? I think I missed one. No, I didn't. We talked about the AKI-S earlier. Yeah, so I love Cannon Keys also. Like, and I like Upas as a person. Upas is a great dude. My three favorite vendors to hang out with, because I've done it a few times now at different meetups. 3 favorite vendors to hang out with. And let's be honest, like I'm not sponsored by them. I just think they're cool people. Is Upas, Dixie, and Project Keyboard. Right? So if you don't know who those guys are, get familiar with them. Get familiar with their sites. They're good people. I like supporting people that are really cool. Now, I'll kind of count Heine in there because I love hanging out with that dude, but while he is a vendor, he doesn't vend the volume of stuff that a lot of these other guys are doing. So I'm kind of excluding him there, but he definitely makes the list if we call him a vendor. Upas is a great dude. You were talking to him today and he's like, send me PCB drawings and all sorts of stuff. He's a good dude. He's a really good dude. I highly recommend meeting that guy. We have met a couple times and I feel better off for knowing him. In fact, the very first time I met him was when I got this shirt at the Seattle meetup, and we both were like stuck in the hall while everyone was setting up and the talks had been over, so it was just like a few of us chilling in there, and he like ran over to me and he's like, hey, check this stuff out. And that's where I saw the Chimera prototype, and I'm happy to say that I got in on it. I did. It was great. Building a case for their Practice 65 board, and he is just the best. Dude, that's awesome. I have a Practice 65 kit laying around that I have not built yet. Wink, wink. Hint, hint. Just saying. George, you got in on a Chimera. Almost got one, but you skipped. It was pretty awesome. It was. It really, really was a great looking board. Sure, man. I mean, let me know, Liquid Sky. Like, I'm probably down. Probably pretty down for that. Just saying. I like 65. I did one time challenge Chewy to a race building 65, and he said he was down, and we just never made it work, but we were planning on racing a Practice 65, which, because of its through-hole nature, is gonna be like the world's slowest race. But it'll be fun. I didn't specify Chewy, I actually specified mechs on deck, so it may be Osiris that I'm racing. And I take my sweet ass time building boards here. But let me just say that if we get into a competition, I'm not going to take my sweet ass time. I'm not going to do it wrong. I'm going to do it right, but we're going to go a lot quicker than we do here. See, because I like stopping and talking to you guys. I'll still talk to you guys. But I got some tricks up my sleeve that I think Osiris doesn't. Kind of depends on how we define the rules. Like if we just leave it open, like you do whatever you want to get that board built, but everything has to be, you know, soldered and correct. I think I got this. The ideal is a little board looking to possibly be over $500. Really nice look though. Ooh. What we got here? Ooh, is that stainless? Gasket mount 6 degrees, side weight accents, ABS 28. Okay. LED indicators underneath the caps, like newer minivan. How does that work? Daughter board, centered USB, 4.28 unbuilt pounds. So about 4.8 pounds probably built, 4.7. Okay, I can dig it. I can definitely dig it. Okay, I like that. That's cool. That's actually really cool. I see what they're doing there. What up, review for the tube? How you doing, man? No way it is. I catch you live. I can't believe you're lubing up creams right now. Nice, man. Nice. I do think that's a good looking board, Jorts. I really do. I could definitely see owning one. I don't know if I see buying one personally, and I say that because of the actually I'm looking at the minivan layout. Let's go back. Actually, I could totally see buying one of those. I love it. 68 is a great layout, and I have a 68 board, but it's not a good one. It's a what's it called? It's the Varmillo VA68M, that magnesium one. I don't know that it's magnesium though. If it is, it seems very cheap. Whatever it is, it looks investment cast because I took the thing apart and I was looking at the inside of the case and it's like clearly cast. It's like, is this magnesium or is it aluminum? I guess I could weigh it. Would be an easy way. Magnesium, I think, is about half the weight of aluminum. So, you have a key 65 on the way, and anybody looking to use split backspace or spacebar. Oh, I didn't realize there were issues with it. Really sound good. I hope it does sound good. I really do. Alex said he might do a 65% run down the road in a similar design. That's freaking awesome. I like 65s. I do. I don't know why. I might actually, honestly, if I used 68 more, I might actually prefer it over 65 because then I can use appropriate road page up or yeah, page up and page down. Or not page up and page down, home and end. So I'd take insert, delete, home and end. I don't really care about page up, page down. So like on 65, I always have a page up and a page down, and one of them is the wrong profile for the row it's on. Because very uncommon that you get the correct profile there with a keycap set. So honestly, 68 is probably better for me than 65. There's just so few options out there that, you know, I don't have them. Dude, I love TKL. TKL is one of my all-time favorites. CP is, however, more favorite. More favoritist. Yes, Jeff Leopard, we are building the HJCP. And I'm really, really down. I like CP boards. So HBCP is very clearly at the top of my list of CPs, but there's also Box CP, TX CP, HJ CP, There's that new HMKB CP that will come out at some point in Q3 probably. There's some others, but not a lot. And then of course there's Austin, which is full size compact, which is not the same but somewhat similar. I love that layout, and Austin round 2 is running this weekend, Saturday. If you aren't prepared, get prepared. I think it's running 525, right? Jeff Leopard, did you get in on Austin? Jeff Leopard, I know you got in some other things that I'm in on, or that I have also. It's really good. Casella TV, I building one of these right now. You're building an HJCP? Oh, well, let's build together. Austin 2 starts on the 16th unless you have FNF, I suppose. Yeah, so it's running. I don't have an FNF. I'm not in on that, but it is this Saturday. I don't know what time it is in the US, and I do know that he mentioned directly that the time would be different US and the EU orders. So it's running direct through him in the US, and I don't remember who it's running through EU. You have Navy round 1, Austin. Oh, you do? Okay. Navy was really good, man. I got the gray, but I kind of really like the way that Navy looks. I'm not gonna lie. I think that might have been the better choice, except that I got in on an extra, and I'm pretty lucky in that I almost certainly got, I believe, one, because he had a couple that were actually not B stock, even though he was selling them as B stock. They were actually just extras in specifically the gray color, and I'm pretty sure I got one of them. I was talking to him about it, and he's like, I don't know, maybe you got lucky. Like there were a couple that were not, because I was like, how is this B stock? It looks perfect. So I don't know. 10 a.m. Is it 10 a.m. Central? Dude, I'm gonna be on that ball. I believe I might get one. If I'm gonna get one, then I'm gonna be on the ball. I have 1 day to decide. I don't know, man. It's 525, which is a lot, but kind of down. Do we know if the PCB is the same? Because I already have a spare PCB. If it is, then I won't buy a spare PCB because I already have one. 3 p.m. SGT for EU and Asia with Ilumkib. Thank you so much for posting that for Recon Gaming. I appreciate that. Totally missed that he needed it, and I'm really happy. Yeah, you got B stock too. There's the slightest streak on the size of yours, so it's minor though. See, I don't think, Jeff Leopard, I don't think that there were, according to him, like it was all B stock except there were like 2 non-B stock in just the gray. But I didn't know that when I ordered. I just expected B stock, so but you know what, man? Such a good board. So good. I would show it off, but I literally I don't have it because I let someone borrow it. I let someone borrow my Punchy also, my Punchy 1800. PCB is same, plate is different. Yep. Okay, perfect. Well, no, I'm not saying so review the tube. I'll order it obviously with a PCB because it comes with one. But normally when I order a board, I also order a PCB extra. But if I'm ordering a board, a round 2 of a board that I have a round 1 for, and I already have an extra PCB and I'm not using it, then there's no reason for me to order a new one. A new extra, I mean. I always want to have that extra PCB around in case something bad happens. But I will say, problems happening with PCBs are much less common now than they were, like, you know, even as recently as when I got in the hobby. So like a year and a half ago almost. Keone, man, my day's going great. How about yours? Hopefully really well. Thanks for asking. Jorts. Austin Link. Yeah, you want a Navy no matter what. The Navy looked really good. Man, that one of a kind polycarb, so good looking. So good looking. If you go to the Austin, what colors is he offering this one in? I gotta look. I think that he's offering like a red, right? Like a burgundy kind of color, and then white, and then is it gray? I think that's what colors he's offering, right? Anybody feel free to correct me. White, charcoal, gray, and Cabernet red. That's the ones. I think if I were going to do any of those, I would do Cabernet red, personally. Ooh, TSC. Rebellious versus that. So Rebellious is the one that we were looking at earlier. That's... Let me go. That's this board. And TSC, I think the choice is very simple. Very, very, very simple, and that is to get Austin. As cool as this is, it's Austin is a done deal. We know it's good. 100%. 100%. I mean, that's my 2 cents. That's what I would get in on. I like the Rebellious, and I could totally see getting one because I think it looks really awesome. But for me, the choice is simple. If we have a known good quantity, go for known good quantity. Bingsu would look great. I also get on a GMK Burgundy. I wonder if it matches that. So I believe, were there Bingsu extras up really recently? I think I recall seeing something about that, right? It's either glass or acrylic. They haven't made the call. It's so if it follows suit with basically everything else that's made, it'll be acrylic. If it's glass, that'll be freaking awesome. But no matter what way you cut it, I think you get a better thing with Austin. Again, it's my 2 cents, but and I could be very wrong. It could be like the best thing ever. But it's also quite a bit larger, right? It almost does away with its own usefulness as a compact board because it's got that screen above it. So it's actually kind of just like taller than a regular full size. I would say acrylic is more likely. Man, I didn't even show off the microvision and do the stab looping under microscope, did I? Shame on me. Shame on me. The trademark microvision. Didn't even get used that much today. I'm just not into it. Sorry if you misread their survey. They're still asking preferences. So Austin round 2 is limited. Yeah, it is limited. I thought it was limited to like 50 or something like that. Is it limited to 75? Liquid Sky or basement Wi-Fi? I'm sure it's limited in total number because So most of these GBs are limited in total number, and it's really a result of how much risk someone's willing to take on, because these things are not cheap. They're not cheap. 75 per. Okay. That changes it a little bit. But the US, I bet, is a little more competitive. So original Austin was limited to 50 units, and it sold out in 4 minutes and 6 seconds, I think. 4 minutes and change. If I had to guess, I would say that Austin will sell out in under 1 minute, very likely, and probably almost certainly under 2 minutes. So if you guys want an Austin round 2, you really need to be in there and jump on it right away. But don't let that be FOMO. Don't let that drive you to make the decision to buy it. If you're not into it, or you're on the fence, let somebody else get it, you know? There's gonna be other boards. I promise. I promise. Promise you there will be other boards that you'll be into. Anybody who's actually on the fence and like, I don't know if I should buy this board. If it's a money thing, let me just say that this board is gonna be good. Right? It's like if somebody was like, I don't know, the Gene V3 is coming out or something crazy like that, and I don't know if it's worth $700. It is. It is. But you know, if you don't want to spend $700 on a board, you don't. And Austin is going to be really expensive because it's very large. It's $525 plus an extra PCBs, taking you up close to $600 shipped. Yeah, basement Wi-Fi. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be like snappy, especially now that everybody knows it's good. When round 1 ran, nobody knew that he was going to make something great. Nobody knew it. Maybe this guy sucks and is only going to make garbage. Well, now he ran it and we know it was good and it went off well. The buy went well. Everything was good. So now everybody's way more sure of themselves in buying from him. $700 is, well, yeah, so, well, I'm talking about for a Jane. So X perms, I would say it's going to be probably around 600. It's 525 US. So for Austin. So if you're, it's 525 for Austin round 2. But if you are going to buy an extra PCB plus shipping and all that, you're gonna be about 600 US probably before all said and done, or just under that. It's pretty much where we're at. But I will say that Australian keyboard community actually gets the shortest end of the stick for anywhere that I can think of for ordering. For anywhere that I can think of where there are actually a fair number of people ordering keyboards. Like if you live in Russia, it might not be that good. If you live in Africa somewhere, like Central Africa or even South Africa, probably things don't work out that well in your favor. Canada is not that great because the exchange rate isn't very good, but Australia probably gets beat up the most, not just because of the exchange rate, but because of the increased shipping costs. Typically. Like I've had customers that were in Australia, and that's hard. It is pricey. Pricey. You spent 1,000 Australian on 7V. Oof. Oof, that hurts. If they were a company, yeah, because it's more work for the group by runner. That's true. They will probably make more. That's true also. Liquid Sky, I think they do pull in some extra revenue because they have a smaller chain, but it's also a lot more work. So I don't think that they're okay. Hold on, I'll read the original question. You got a noob question about group buys based on your estimation of timing for Austin round 2. It's already known that they will sell out in less than 2 minutes. It's inevitably many people will miss out. Why not make more? Sorry if you're missing something here. Okay, let me explain in depth. Some people already responded to you, namely Jeff Leopard. Thank you, by the way, for doing the best you can via text. Because I'm talking to you via voice, probably get a lot more opportunity to, in a short period, explain it a little better or more in depth. So basically, if you're running a group buy as a small business or as an individual, you're taking a huge amount of risk on, right? So let's say that board, as an example, I don't know what it costs to manufacture, but let's say that board costs $350 per unit to manufacture, including the entire logistics supply line, right? So that sounds like, hey, this dude's making $75 per board minimum, right? Oh, sorry, that's 100. Wait, 350, 425. Yeah, okay. So $75, right? Just making $75 per board. That sounds great. Times 75. Like, what's 75 times 75? A lot. Let's say it costs 325. Let's say he's making $100 per board, right? So $100 per board, this guy's gonna make $7,500 or $15,000 on both of them, right? Well, but what you're failing to understand is he's also gonna buy, probably as a standard, 20% extras, because there will be blemishes and problems with them. He'll be able to recoup some of that cost off some of them, but not all of the blems are going to be ones that he wants out there at all because of how bad they are. Maybe they can be redone, like maybe it's just a finish problem. Some of them will mechanically not work. There might be issues. Now, because this is round 2, he's going to get a little better at that than round 1. He doesn't need to buy quite as many extras, but he's probably going to do 20%, which is pretty standard. Because he's having them manufactured in China, right? The vendor, there's going to be like, or the manu, there's going to be language barriers. There's going to be things about manufacturing that they're not going to be willing to fix that makes him need to order all those extras. If this were in the US and he was like, I need these perfect, you know what I mean, this many, they would have to work with him to get it better if that's how they contractually agreed. But that's not going to happen in this case. Also, if the same factory does it and he knows how they operate, he will it helps predict expected quality of the work. You're totally right, Jorts. Totally right. You assume trying to get things manufactured here would cost double, sadly. Actually, it's probably more than double. But it's probably close. You're probably not too far off. If a single run prototype costs about $700 to have made in China of a TKL, let's say, single run, just one unit, while working with a factory because you're expecting to do more business with them and they're expecting that you will, then yeah, that proto might cost $700, but in the US you're probably looking at about $2,000. Anyway, we're getting off topic. So he's taking on a huge amount of risk, right? Because if the manu just walks away and he's paid them half of the cost up front, he's literally just out the other half, and then he has to pay all of us back, or just decide never to be involved in the hobby anymore, walk away, and then maybe get sued anyway. I don't know. In the end, he's got to make it right. So there's a huge amount of risk. Now let's say he's making $15,000 on making 150 of these boards. He did videos, unlike most people, on the QC process, and it takes kind of a long time per unit to quality control these to make sure that they're right, to pack every individual order, to actually, the ones that aren't A stock, right, to go through them and catalog exactly what's wrong with them, so that he can put that on a website and show people later so that they can maybe buy them and he can recoup some of the loss. Plus he's got to deal with the actual hassle of shipping 150 things out. Now, he's not going to ship 150, he's going to ship 75. The other 75 are going to be handled by the other vendor. He's just going to ship 75 good looking ones to them after QCing, and that'll happen. So I think because of the level of risk for one person to assume, there isn't a lot of value in doing it. Now, that's why a lot of people will run boards through a vendor like Novel Keys or Upas at Canon Keys or whatever. Dixie, I think, has pretty much only done his own boards at this point, right? So don't worry about it, man. No one's unhappy to talk about this, and it's good. It's important for everybody to know. In fact, this is a discussion topic that Callan Opes is planning on covering relatively early on, is group buys, how they work, why they do this, and we'll be a little more concise than I'm being here, but the point is there's a huge amount of risk, and group buys are run by small groups. When you start going to vendors, they soak up some of that risk by having a more consistent relationship with some of the manufacturers, stuff like that. Like, there are reasons, right, that the costs shrink a little bit when you go to that larger economy of scale. Docs Key, thanks for that follow. By the way, anybody who isn't already following or subbed, think about going up here, following if you can, and we'll keep in touch, right? Keep those notifications on. You'll know when I'm going live. Rakan Gaming, I think it's Rakan. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. And thanks for that tier 1 sub, by the way. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Liquid Sky Design, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I basically there's like a huge risk outlay and a cost outlay. Recon Gaming, thanks for that sub as well. I appreciate that, man. I really do. You unsubscribed and resubscribed by accident, Liquid Sky. I was actually kind of looking at that. I was like, I feel like I already thought you were following. But okay. Yeah, I thought you were already too. Recon. Okay, Recon Gaming. Got it. Nice. Yeah, so honestly, that's, there we go. That's what I want. That and the PCB. This is all fixed, so this is really simple, guys. This install of stabs. They really only go in one place, and they go right here. Yeah, so oh hey, Recon Gaming, thanks for gifting those 5 tier 1 subs, man. I appreciate that so much. How nice of you. That's really awesome, dude. Cartoon 91, Red Bat. Who got him? Cartoon 91, Liquid Sky Design, Agent Skarn, Red Bat, and Review for the Tube. You guys should all thank Recon Gaming for that awesome gifted sub. Appreciate it, man. Docs Key hype. Woo. What's the hype? Yeah, man, absolutely. Someday you'll get him to pronounce stuff correctly. I'm trying, okay? Oh, Recon Gaming. Got it. Like Puerto Rican. I got it. I totally got it. Ooh, Star Fox 64. Thank you so much for that sub. That 2-month streak of Prime subs. You're the best, man. You're the best. I, by the way, am really happy with the way this board is looking. I think this is going to be freaking awesome. I love it too. That's so good. All right, so we're gonna do our usual, get some of these red nylon washers out. The best, by the way. I think these are Durox tabs. No, these are not Durox. These are, we're doing GMK. GMK stabilizers. I guess I should have put that in there, but I wasn't 100% sure when we started if they were GMK or if they were Cherry. They look GMK. And they come from Novel Keys, so very likely that's what's going on. Pretty sure we don't need that one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Perfect. Nah. Yeah, I try and do that normally. But I fail sometimes. Or if I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know where we were, but I know we were talking about group buys. So group buys are fantastic, right? But we pay a little extra because, well, somebody else is taking on a fairly large amount of risk. Do I think that's reasonable? I mean, I personally do. I think that some people make considerably more profit than others on it. I like a lot of compatibility for boards like this because this is a layout that I like. Full size is a layout that I like. So if I'm being really, really honest about it, I vote with my wallet and sometimes don't support things that sometimes I don't support things that I think are kitted out too much. That's just me though. That's just me though. So this is a little magnetizer. Oh, I have this off. Let's try that again. So I have this, whoosh, magnetize, demagnetize. So we're gonna put this in here, right? And we're gonna just and we're gonna magnetize this thing really well. GMK nicety, you're stoked to get your C3 stabs from the Key Company group buy. My take on C3 stabs is that they're not the most amazing. They're okay, but Doxkey, good luck. I hope you really like them, and I'm sure they'll service you really well. But for future reference, at least if you're interested in knowing what my preference is, I highly recommend Durox stabs or Zeal stabs. Duroc are really cheap compared to Zeal. Zeal is really expensive. We've shown a couple times here what the difference is under microscope, how you can kind of tell, but generally speaking, they're about the same. C3s, in my opinion, are not as good as Durocs. They're a little bit looser, but they're being retooled. So the group buy that you got in on, that you're waiting on, should be the retooled ones. So the hope, I believe, is that they're really good. And I can't wait to find out. I hope that they really are. Whoa, magic. Uh-oh, what's the magic? We're moving on to screwing in stabs. You're using Duroc and they are loose. You had to desolder once to fix. Whoa, loose. How are they loose? Do you mind if I ask? Oh, yeah, magic. Got it. Magnets, how do those work? Oh, man. No clue. Yeah, that's weird, man. Okay, so I have not experienced that with Duroc stabs at all. My Duroc stabs have been fantastic so far. But what do you mean by loose? Actually, are they loose on the? Are they loose on the PCB? Are they loose like they wobble a lot or move around, like with the keycap on them, or are they loose like the wire popped out? Super curious. Like super curious. Where's the other one? Boom. Boom. That works. The wire popped out. This time when I split right shift in the case was one off, but then it happened to be left shift, not loose on PCB or wobbly, the bars. Okay, so if the wire pops out, I mean, that is a thing that's known to happen with Zeal stabs, or that people talk about a lot, at least. If I'm being honest, I have seen it happen to customer boards. However, let me rephrase. I have had a customer become a customer because they had one that had popped out and they needed it to be serviced. But I will say that my experience, direct experience with them, is only onefold. I have only ever had one pop out, and sometimes you can replace it without ever... Come on. Sometimes you can just replace that without ever desoldering anything. Sometimes you can't, though, and I understand that. For me, though, I was kind of abusing this. It was a 2.7U Rukia, so Alice layout spacebar. Am I missing 1, 2, 3? Did I knock a couple off? Dang, I may need to get more. Okay. You're newish, it could be your fault. You're just trying and learning. Hey man, that's the best way. Zeal claims his design should absolutely prevent that. He loves stopping by my stream. Always comfy vibes. Thank you so much, Solji Osu. I appreciate that. I really do. Like really. I try to make comfy vibes. Doxkey, I wouldn't say it's your fault. You know, it just is. If it popped out, it popped out. I'm sorry to hear that, though. I really am. That's really a bummer. And I hope that that doesn't happen again. That being said, my recommendation has not changed. C3 stabs, at least the first iteration, the ones that I've bought, I did not buy round 2. No, I did not get in on any other GBs for them. I didn't partially because of my first experience, even though yes, they are retooling. My honest recommendation is to go with what we know is good, and Duroc is definitely there. That all being said, you gotta experiment some. Otherwise, you never learn, right? Otherwise, you never learn. You never use 2.75. You managed to pop the left stab wire back in. GH60 has so many holes. Yeah, so that's a thing. Ooh, where'd that just go? Hey, Doxkey, thanks for that sub. Thank you guys for the subs tonight. Anybody else who's not already following or subbed or whatever should, you know, think about going up here somewhere and at least following. Let's keep in touch, you know? I absolutely want to maintain contact with you guys. Also, you should definitely go onto that Callan Nopes. But you should go to my socials, my stream YouTube, and follow me there, or sub there, I guess is what it's called. And then you should go onto the one for Callan Opes. And you should sub there too, because Jeff Langalandia, TSC, and myself are all starting up a new project specifically to do educational related content related to, in part, keyboards. Definitely that's where we're starting, and wherever else you guys want it to go. TSC, that's you. It is. Thank you so much for being such a TSC. Everglide equals Duroc. Yes, that is absolutely true. You'll like it. Absolutely. Okay. And there we go. We got all these wires in and inserts in. So what I'm feeling for here, you guys see me do this a lot, raise and lower these. What I'm feeling for is like hydraulic resistance to make sure we didn't like just put way too much lube in one of these and it sticks. So when I push down, I don't want to feel significant resistance to the insert falling down. We have a tiny little bit here on the backspace. I don't think it's hydraulic pressure. I think it's just the viscosity of the stab. We have a tiny little bit here on the spacebar. So these are just indicators that you may need to remove lube if there's much there. Enter has just these feel pretty good actually. 0 feels perfect. The rest feel really good too. We're gonna find out where they're at when we put an actual switch in there and we get going. Racing Giraffe, hey, you just thought of an episode idea? Racing Giraffe, you should absolutely ping TSC directly with that idea, or put it in the YouTube or in the Discord. That would absolutely work too. Different types of, you can put it in here too. Maybe you can all cover different types of mice. Sending it on the Google form is good too. What's the right term for the O-ring that I put between the screw and the PCB on the stab? So that is a washer. These are nylon washers. Specifically the ones that I'm using right now came off Amazon. I don't know if I have a command for washers. However, let me just help you right here. So this one says washer gasket, 1,000 pieces, MECION, whatever that is. M2 4mm insulating washer gasket. Yeah, I should create a command for that, but I have definitely posted links to them before. But there's a lot of different options on Amazon, and they sell out, and new posts show up. So really, that's, I think, your best bet. Yeah, they won't be constant. It's not an item that will stay in stock under one vendor for very long. Yep. So usually they're nylon, and they're usually that red color, though they can be different colors. I'm actually down for covering different types of mice. It's something that I'm not as familiar with as I could be, and I have recently tried to educate myself on. So this is a G903. I have one here and one on another desk. On my other desk, I have the Power Play. I've thought about getting a G Pro wireless, but I actually like the 903 because of its button layouts and its freewheel lock and having the ability to change DPI right here, right? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. So this is kind of where I leave it. But I did recently just get these. I got some mouse skates for this. Some new skates, and these are supposed to be some like real low friction good skates. And I did get a performance gaming desk mat. I can't remember which one I got. The one I got is made by I have the box somewhere else. I'm not gonna look it up. It's one of the big keyboard OEMs actually, and it's known to be one that has very little resistance. They aren't Tiger, they're Hotline. No? Yeah, they're Hotline Games. I mean, there's several vendors. Yeah, they're supposed to be pretty good. And for the G903, they're one of the few menus that makes skates for this specific mouse. So I'm looking forward to it. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna test the alignment of. Oh, hold on. We're gonna test the alignment of these stabs, make sure everything looks good. Then we're gonna do something crazy and put in a couple switches to see that they function correctly. So the alignment seems to maybe not work perfectly. So I'll show you guys what I'm experiencing. So this is an acrylic plate, right? So it fits over this bottom row stuff. It fits over the enter, but the backspace has a little bit of a dysfunctional alignment going on there. And I think we might be able to get them in, but it'll take me just a little bit of effort. Now, this plate should be 5 millimeters thick, I think, though I can test it. Right, so if I boom, right, if it's 5 millimeters thick, then it is absolutely, it's 4.8. So yeah, it is made specifically to fit flush against, or very close to flush against the PCB. So the stabilizer has to support that though. So the cutouts on the plate itself for where the stabilizer can go in have to kind of line up perfect. And I might be able to fudge it just a little bit by loosening these ever so slightly so that they can wiggle back and forth just a little bit. So we can get the plate and PCB lined up while these are loose. Then we can tighten them down once they're in exactly the place the plate wants them to be, potentially. How did we have this? We had this lined up well enough that these would work. I expected a little bit that this could be a problem that we would encounter because the tolerances look tight on these. So we're gonna lift this up. We're just gonna set it down loose. Now there's a couple things we can do if this is the case, right? If it just doesn't fit. One is we can file a little bit of material away. It's totally a viable option. Under any of the little pieces. So if I'm looking right here, what I'm seeing is that the spacing between this one and this one are not great enough. Like the actual stabilizers don't fit in there. Now we can do two different things. We could file away on the plate a little bit, or we could file it away on the stab. I'm tempted to do the plate because then it would make it more compatible with everything in the future. However, at least not with screw-in stabs. Luke's Keebs, I appreciate that. So I'm tempted to file the plate because then the plate will work with anything. But another way is to file the stabs themselves, which will work and will prevent issues in the future with just these options. I think we're gonna do the plate. So if I'm trying this again, right, and I just see which ones line up, well, I can kind of test something else out, right? So the wires have little slots that are cut out for them, and I really don't want those to interfere, for me to cut the wrong one and then those to be interfering. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to fit the spacebar and the left shift first. I'm going to make sure that those lining up doesn't have major issues. I'm not that surprised, Luke's Keebs, by the way, that this is a problem with this. This is sometimes a problem with boards like this. So if I push this down, the wire doesn't seem to be binding on anything. Doesn't seem to be binding. I think I can get this bottom one to push in. Right, so this one doesn't seem to have a problem. And then this one mostly fits and doesn't appear to have a problem. So I think what I need to do is fix the plate on the backspace. Yeah, it's systemic. You have a link. Do you know somewhere where I can get washers for stabilizers? D/, I absolutely do. Go on Amazon, look up M2 4mm washer gasket, and probably type nylon in there. That might help too. To me, that was shown with the PCB question. What makes Lubed PCBs so good? You're drawn to the aesthetics. They're QMK. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. They're QMK PCBs that seem to just kind of work. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take off maybe 1mm of material on the north side of these. Can I do a quick test of the keyboard that I built on Saturday? Which keyboard was that? It is still here. Was that the Canoe? Test. What kind of test do you want? Yeah, I mean, they all support VIA right out of the box, and everybody loves the creator, I guess. Other than that, I can't see why they're super amazing. They have ESD protection. There's plenty of boards that do the same things, though. How do you film them? You're lost on that part with what exactly? Recon Gaming, how do I film what? Can you repeat? I feel like I lost. Oh, you want to get away from clicky. Start with some GAT inks, try them, leave them, film them. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So you take these little plasticky doodads that are in here, switch gap film. You take the switch apart. Kissel TV. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. I really do. Anybody who's not following, by the way, consider going up here and clicking that follow or that sub or something and keeping in touch. So basically use a tool to take the switch apart, right? So boom, boom, switch taken apart, right? So the film lays atop this surface, right? And then sandwiched by this one. So this is a terrible switch to do this to. Yeah, I'm not going to show it. But I'll tell you what, if you remind me I will show you. And then you just snap it down, and then it'll be a little bit tighter. The housing will be a little bit tighter. You love lubed film Telios, but you're not sure about the price difference over black inks. They are quite similar. You're not wrong. You soldering LEDs with this build? There is no LEDs to go on this build, as far as I know. J Blurb, thanks for that follow. All right, we already have our file out because I was showing you guys stuff earlier. And I'm actually gonna use this guy. So we're gonna hit this backspace a little bit. Okay, perfect. Backspace, yep. Now this part of the insert is actually pretty flat. So we're just gonna take the flat end of this and we're gonna go. We're gonna have a little bit of debris under this. So we're not filing a part that was milled and isn't gonna be in spec anymore. Like where the switches go. So I don't want anyone to be confused about that. These holes are probably the only ones you would want to file at all ever on this board are for the stab inserts, because they just need to be big enough for the housing to go in. They're not supposed to make strong contact with them and keep them in place. Wait, what's happening? Yeah, so what we're doing is we are filing the hole for these stabilizer housings to be a little bit taller, because this is a 5mm thick plate and it interferes with one or more of the stabilizer housings no matter what you do. So this hole is not correct, and because the tolerances here are irrelevant, just so long as they're loose enough, we're just doing this by hand to open up this gap. I just kind of ballparked. I want to remove about 1mm of material. And I'm not even going to check how much. I'm just going to check that it fits. We're breaking out of prison. Yep. See all that white powder? It's bad. Bad white powder. All right. So now we're going to check, right? We're going to make sure. And I don't think I removed enough yet, but we're going to check it anyway. Probably be better if I removed a little bit on this stab too to make it fit. Getting a lot closer. Ooh, and it will fit if I stretch it. No, it won't. One of them could use just a little bit more. So we're going to remove a little bit here and a little bit more on that one. Specifically this side, but the other side could use a little bit probably too, if I'm being honest. Sorry, I'm not super talkative at the moment. I'm trying to get these lined up right. All right. Yarr. Okay, and then we were gonna do a little bit on this one over here. Just to loosen it up enough. This one won't require much though. So I don't have my fan going, and this is kind of important. We're making a lot of really fine dust. We don't want to blow fan right over this hole because I don't want this dust going all airborne. I am just going to wipe it off the desk when I'm done and let it settle on the ground in the carpet. But we have a vacuum cleaner for a reason, and it runs. I have a Roomba, and it runs and does its job diligently. And I'll let it handle that later. There's no way for me to just sweep it off because this is a desk mat. Okay. Now again, it's important to note that we don't really care so much that the tolerances are perfect on this one. In fact, loose is fine altogether. Googly eyes on the Roomba and run it while I'm in here. You know how loud that would be? Trying to figure out if you have to do this to your plate as well before you build it. I think Kibo and TX make switch films. Kibo and TX do make switch films, and they're both great options. I just recently got the Kibos, and I have not tested them yet, but I will. I always want to laugh at a Roomba. Okay, so let's test this out one more time. Hopefully we just got it right. Ooh, it's starting to... It definitely fits a lot better than it did. Yeah, that could still fit a little better right there, but it's not a problem at this point. Well, maybe it is. Okay, those are all snapped down now. Yeah, that actually works just fine, probably. Actuates, 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 actuates. So we're done. That fits. It's still a little tight, but you can absolutely get it to work just fine now. So now let's make sure that our switches actually go in. We're gonna try those spots where we just kind of open the gap a little bit bigger, as well as our corners. So we'll knock our corners in first, because that's just good practice. So if customer ever wants to rebuild this board, they just need to note that, hey, you're gonna have some tight stabilizer insert areas that you'll have to deal with. No problem, just be aware. So Star Fox, if you ever do that again, have this built again, rebuilt with something different in it, it's something that whoever builds it will just need to be aware of. I'm half a U off right here, or a quarter U actually, I believe. Yeah, that appears to be centered now. Perfect. Yeah, it's no problem, man. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. It just needed to be filed in. I feel bad because obviously Luke, where were you? What was your name up there? I feel bad now. I'm a jerk. Sorry, man. I can't see it. It's hard for me to scroll up. One of our other guests had the same problem, and thank you so much for calling that out. Okay. So we kind of like going every couple on my stream as far as anchors are concerned. Leave a gap of a couple, go another one. Leave a gap, go another one. So right now all I'm really concerned with is that these things definitely fit in and function where we snap them in. Because we played with the tolerances there, I want to make sure that it works and I don't need to open another gap up or open those gaps up a little bigger in order to support. And I don't believe we do, based on what we're seeing right now. These all seem to be going in just fine. Just fine. So you're checking out all this stuff and you're buying a new desk chair at the same time. All the chair flexes have finally gotten to you. Oof. 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 Doxkey, you love the creams. Creams are good. I'm not hating on creams. They're not in my top 3 list of favorite linears, however. My favorite 3 are alpacas that are filmed explicitly, Helios, and Gattings, and all lubed. Lube required. On all of those. In fact, lube all the switches. They all get better. Your shirt isn't tucked into your pants. Your shirt isn't tucked into your pants. Are your pants tucked into your shirt? Whoa. Oof. That's weird. No. Also, I never, ever tuck my shirt in. Unless I'm wearing a tie. Then I tuck my shirt in. Because, you know, otherwise you look like a slob. We can't have that. And we can't have it. It's just not okay. Ooh. Yeah, who got an HBCP? Filmed alpacas on HBCP. Yes, it is. And Star Fox, I can't wait, man. Seriously, one of my favorite boards of all time. In fact, I'm just gonna call it out. It's my favorite board right now. It's been sitting on my desk since June. Or July? I don't know. When did we build first HBCP? Maybe Shiny remembers what month the that specific stream was of that proto. So good. So good. And actually, my polycarb one hopefully will be on its way, you know, whenever. Like, I can't wait. So there's gonna be more HBCP goodness going on our stream. We're gonna have Star Foxes. We're gonna have mine closed in 1 minute 6 seconds. Did it really? I didn't recall that. Did not recall that. Okay, we have like a ton of anchors. I think we're just gonna go with all of them since this is since this plate is. Nah, we're not gonna do all of them. We're not gonna do all of them. we're gonna get to soldering pretty quick, actually. In fact, we're gonna start right now. That's enough of that. Yeah, I know it wasn't the main alu version. Fire up that iron and it'll be ready to roll by the time we get the solder out. Oh, actually, I forgot to get the desk mat out. The mat out, it's already ready. It's literally at full temp. I love that iron. It was from cold to literally ready to fire up in under a minute. Shit, I think I was probably under 30 seconds. You guys, I don't know if you know, but we now have an iron. We have an iron command. If anybody's looking to get a soldering iron, right? So you got yours the week before KeyCon, or I did? Because I think I got mine a little earlier than even the rest of the private proto GB buyers. Mostly because I was going to Seattle. So yeah, it was just because I was going to go to Seattle and he had all the stuff ready to do one, and it was like, well, I can get this out so it can be at the Seattle meetup, which is in fact what ended up happening. And man, that board, oof. I think it turned some heads. Oh, helps if I tin the tip, probably. I'm gonna do that too. Yeah, I think you guys got yours. Yeah, okay, so a month later. A month wasn't the end of the world, I hope. But it did make it to the event, and it did definitely turn some heads. Some people were like, oh, that board, so good. And it really was. It really is, man. I don't know. There are other boards that are really good that I really like. But not only was that one unique and fit a layout that I think is pretty amazing, but just the quality is so good. Now mine is a proto, so, and so is Jeff Leopard's, or at least one of his. I don't know if he got it on another one, but it is slightly different. It is slightly different. Worth the wait? Yeah, I think it was too. Ooh, TSC, what's that video? Is that the one? Yeah, so I really am happy to be building this board because, one, I didn't get in on one and I really do like them. Like, I like the way they look and I feel bummed that I didn't. So that's awesome. But also because I really like this layout, right? And honestly, there's like only so many options in this layout that exist. And I want to take every opportunity I can to build those. Recon Gaming. Top 5 things you would consider for a board to be great. Ooh, that's a really good question, and we're totally gonna hit that one up. No KB, HBCP not for you, but it is pretty. So TKL1 might be a thing worth considering then. If you want the Heine board awesome aesthetic and its feel and sound, but you just don't like that layout and like TKL or something more. What desoldering gun do I use? TFF Cider? Cypher? I use Hacko FR301. That's the one. Jeff Leopard, you're on the hunt for an FC980C because you're waiting for the awesome case that Norbauer's about to release. I have an FC980C and I might be willing to give it up. Not even joking. Hit me up. Hit me up. I've been thinking about that case and I'm like, should I? But I'm not really into Topra. So I may, however, want to keep it long enough to do a little bit of content. That won't necessarily take a long time because it will be recorded stuff. Hit me up though. What temp is the soldering iron on? Clutchy. I'm soldering at 740 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 393 C. I would not recommend that you start at that temperature though, if you're not very familiar. Cypher, or maybe we're talking about the desoldering iron. The desoldering iron is pretty warm too, but that's pretty normal. I would recommend that if you're just starting out with a soldering iron, like you don't have any experience, you start out between 640 and 680 F. That would be my recommendation. I would definitely not start out at 740. You're very likely to delaminate some pads and hurt your PCB doing that. Please do not take what I do and think it's the place that everybody else should be doing either. It is the right temperature for me, but it requires you to be very cognizant of how much heat you're actually adding to any solder joint. Like, quite aware. Quite aware. Racing Giraffe. Now it's all crisp and clean. Lots of upgrades have been done to make sure the stream is high quality. Thank you. The stream did look different, right? Not just the layouts, but all the different things we were doing. I was probably using webcams at the time. I don't know. We definitely I've tried a lot to make sure that I'm improving this thing over time. Right? If we're not learning from our mistakes and we're not getting better, then what are we doing? Are we trying? If we just repeat the same thing over and over again? That's why I'm doing a project with Jeff and TSC called Callan Opes. I'm doing that because I want to not only do the same stuff over and over. I mean, some of the things we do are great. I'm not planning on stopping builds or anything like that. But there's more to it. Fleesian, late, but you're here. No, you're good. You're good. You are good, man. I'm glad to see that you're here. Where did that come from? Where did what come from? No Kibby. The collaboration idea or something else? Callan Opes. Ooh, I'll let TSC take that one. pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny. And we've got so many anchors on this board. So I think that in general, Jeff is pretty funny. The two of us have pretty good on-screen presence together. And there's going to be comedy that will ensue invariably in anything that we do together. There will be seriousness. We're not trying to not take it seriously, but that's just the reality. So there's going to be a lot of moments where it's a Midwest thing. Langlandia will be streaming this Saturday. He absolutely will. Who designed the Kalanopes logo? You really dig it. Oh, TSC. Getting all them compliments. Doxkey. Yes, you love green. Green is great, man. Green looks fantastic. It really, really does. And I have to admit that the key company got an absolutely outrageous amount of my money this month. An outrageous amount of my money. It's probably the most that any vendor outside of a keyboard buy has gotten of my money. There are 2 instances where I've spent more, but only on keyboards, and that's HPCP, not the proto run, but the actual run, because I bought a ton of extras and stuff. And then there's also Kepler, but Kepler was outrageous expensive, so kind of to be expected to some extent. You know what I did is I soldered all of these on, and I didn't test at all the stabilized keycaps. So I don't know what keycap set to put on here, but I would love to test with the one that I put on here. So I'm going to give you guys a couple options. I'm going to give you GMK white on black and GMK minimal and GMK monochrome. Those are the only ones we're going with tonight, and I'll tell you why. Because it's an RGB board, and it has a black top and an acrylic bottom, and I want to keep the colors real simple. Ooh, 8008. All right, fine. 8008 also. All right, fine. If you guys just want color, then 8008 is on that list as well. Monochrome for sure. Ecos, I agree. I like monochrome. So she's gonna set up a pool, and we'll get up on that one. Until that happens, I'm gonna use minimal to test with. I just want to test out the stabilized keycaps. It's kind of important to me that I check them, and I should have done it a while ago. We're going to pull them right back off as soon as we're sure that they work the way we want. I think minimal will look great on this board, but I think okay, so that one's a little wonky. So we're gonna figure out why. Good, 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 good. Monochrome is great though. I really love that. Drops should stock black on white just as much as they stock white on black. I could go along with it. Weird. Okay, that is weird. Can't tell if this is the switch. So this is a problem, right? So this is what we're experiencing here. But that's not the lube. It's like literally the mechanical, the stabilizer itself not wanting to actuate correctly. Hope I don't have to desolder this whole thing. That would really suck. So that does free move. Oh. Maybe the switch just wasn't clipped down correctly. So there's actually an ever so slight gap. Maybe it's ghosts. Ooh. Who needs a keycap to return? So it was returning just fine when we first put it on here. And now it's not. Maybe not. I shouldn't say just fine. It was returning. It could be that the issue with the plate itself. The tolerances in the plate. Pretty irritating though, I will say that. Trying to figure out what exactly the issue is. So it looks like the stab is in just a little bit too much, which I think means actually that this housing needs to move over a little bit. So I think I can affect that, right? So I'm going to push up this direction on the stabilizer as I screw it back in. Right, and then I'm going to not tighten the other side. I'm going to see what we get. Yeah, so I don't love that. Okay, perfect. Oh, sounds good now. So I think we're having a similar issue with enter, though not as bad. So enter needs to go in more also. Like it's rubbing just a little bit, not a lot, just a tiny little bit. And in order to fix that, we're gonna pull in here, and we're gonna push in here. While we tighten those. All right, we're gonna try again. So basically this is just a result of this plate material. Okay, and it mostly looks like it's good now. I can't see a significant problem with it. I am gonna hit just a little bit of lube up right here. Adding a tiny little bit, whatever's left on that brush. And then I'm going to do this. Okay, so the pole is up. Oh no, did I miss the pole? No, I did not. I want... Which one do I want? I want this one. Okay. So anyway... So looking at this, I don't see an issue. So I do hear a little bit of friction. I don't know how to describe that otherwise. I think it's just the switches themselves. What's up, Befuddled Spork? How you doing? So good to see you, man. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the best we can to inset these as much as I think we can. Oh, it's pretty good actually. Okay, perfect. So we're good. Perfect, guys. Thank you. 8008 won, did it? Yeah, it did not. Ledith, thank you so much for that follow. J Blurb, I don't know if I missed you earlier. Thank you for the follow. Anybody who's not already following should go ahead and think about hitting that follow or that sub or whatever. And let's keep in touch, man. And then head over to my socials, which TSC will ping right now. And then you should go ahead and you know, sub or follow there too. We can keep in touch, and I don't know, you can join me more if you're enjoying yourself. If not, okay. All right, so I'm gonna pull these off, right? We're sure now that these caps, actually, you know what, while they're still on, I already tightened those ones, but I'm gonna make sure that the rest of these are tightened because we did loosen them. because of the issues we were having. Okay. And they all still work. Great, so we're removing these. Used almost 400 points and 8,008 lost. Sorry, man. Sorry. Poor white on black, only one vote. White on black is like my favorite, but I didn't vote for it. So, you know, that's a thing. All right, so here we go. So are we calling a winner now? Is that what we're doing? GMK Monochrome won. Ooh, by 2 votes. Dang. That's awesome, guys. That is awesome. Hey, you know, save those points for when you really want to use them, right? Thanks, guys. I know there's a way to give points to people, and I need to figure out how that works. Mix monochrome and 8008 and see what happens. Oof. We're not doing anything. We're not doing that. You can put almost anything on poly and it'll look good. This one has a black top though. A black case top. What did I say one? Was it monochrome? Is that what I said one? I'll tell you what, by next stream, I will have figured out how to give points, and I will make sure that I start giving a little bit of points every now and then. But generally speaking, points are given by the amount of time you spend in and the amount of chatting that you do, stuff like that. This is looking sweet, man. I'm super happy to see this board in person. And honestly, like I said, man, I love TX boards. If anybody isn't a fan or doesn't know the significance of TX, TX is one of the OG Korean customs makers. And for a really long time, they've been known for, of the Korean customs, making very inexpensive boards. Boards that are attainable on the secondary market even, because there was a lot quantity made. Now that's becoming a little less true now. What I don't know, customer, do you want any LEDs in here? I don't think we talked about that. I don't think so. TX87 SE is one of your dream boards, but they're getting hard to find. I have a TX84 SE that's red. I don't really get rid of my boards, but they can be found. They can be found. They just don't show up that often. Absolutely, man. If it's not an issue. Dude, it's not an issue. Yeah, I have a couple. I probably even have some options for colors for you, if I'm being honest. You want to give me a sec? But if you have one in mind, let me know. And I'll see if I've got that color. Or if you want different colors. I will do it. I will do it momentarily, man. Let me get these in. What's in my hand and what's right here. And then I will lay it on you. And viewers, you know, feel free to give him concept ideas for colors. I don't know if he has the keycap set in mind. You have a TX75 here waiting to be built, Visionaire. Well, I mean, Visionaire, if you need somebody to build it for you, man, I mean, I think you know one or two people who would be down. Who would definitely be down. I mean, I'm not going to presume that that's the case, but I'm just saying. I know, man. I know you can build your own. So we've got yellow, we've got blue, which is hard to read, violet, red, orange, white, purple, and more in blue and more white, and these are probably yellow. No, they're white. A bunch of white also. I know, man. I know you can build your own. I'm just saying. If you have a board that needs to be built and anybody wants me to do it, feel free to reach out. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. RGB LEDs. You think white would be really good with the black? I agree with you. Let's do white. I actually do agree with you. Did I already pull white out? I have a bunch of white ones, so. Orange, violet. Oh, there's white right here too. What's the difference? Nothing. Okay, we will do all white right there. I mean, I'm here, so I might as well do them, right? I don't know. I have not tested them, though we do have an indicated positive. I wonder if they're programmed from the factory, or if anything is required. Let me look. So caps lock is on right now. It is on. Okay, they were wrong. Okay, perfect. Simple and elegant. That's the way I feel about it too, man. All right, boys and girls, I'll make this easy. Let's set this right here. I'm gonna do something that's not a bad idea to do here. To hold these down, we're gonna apply this capped on tape because I don't want them in the way. Falling out, posing themselves as a problem. Right, move that back out of the way. One of these is not in the order that it should be. Nope, that's not true. Okay. Again, we'll test this middle one. Because that was caps, which is still on. And we see light, perfect. Look at the others soldered in. Done. Clip those bad boys. Perfect. Indicators in. Oh, no. Num lock. Is that num lock? It's not num lock. Num lock, num lock. Oh, I didn't solder numlock in yet, so. Okay, we'll do that real quick. Sorry, I've been missing the comments, boys and girls. I will get to you momentarily. So numlock is on right now, and I'm not getting an indicator, which is confusing because it's definitely soldered in. It's possible that it's just not mapped to be that thing right now. We did definitely solder them all in the same direction. Positive is indicated in the same direction on all of them. So I could not rightly tell you what that is, but I have to assume that's a mapping thing. And there isn't a scroll lock on the, so I can't get that one to work right now. But I'm going to assume that that is a mapping thing or an actual problem with the PCB, potentially. Because it is definitely... I'm even looking at the actual LED. Yep. Okay, I can see the anvil on the correct side. Or on the same side, at least for all of them. It should absolutely be right. There's one other thing we can do, though. So numlock is on. So the other thing I can do is to pull out another LED, just in case like that one was bad or something. Right? Spare cash. Is building boards my full-time job now? No. Oh no. Huh. Definitely not. Okay, and that does work. So that leads me to believe that maybe that one indicator LED is bad. I'm not going to reasonably be able to test the other one, so I'll put the desolder on. And we'll desolder that one and solder it back in. No. Building cubes is not my full-time job. I have a full-time job, which takes the vast majority of my time. So this thing doesn't heat up quite as fast. And it should be heating up to about... Ooh, what is that? 790, probably? Dude, those things are pricey. These guns? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, the gun's pricey, but I mean, it makes my life a lot more convenient. I do use it fairly frequently. Honestly, like if I were gonna do it over again, I would still purchase this. But now that I am where I am, and I do the things that I do, I'm motivated to buy a JBC one, which costs a lot more. And by a lot more, I mean a lot more. Like a lot more. You guys can look them up if you want. But let's just say they are not cheap at all. They make these look like they're incredibly cheap. But, I mean, it all comes down to value. I don't make a ton of money doing this thing. I do make some money. And it all goes back into cubes, of course. You buy my used if I upgrade. If I upgrade, I definitely won't get rid of this one. Mostly because it's actually still really good to have. It would become my backup. Also because I'm bad at selling things used. Okay. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna solder a little bit more on there. Let those cool off just a little bit. All right, and we're gonna flow both of them. Pull them out. Great. Use the desoldering gun to pump all that off. Oh, not hot anymore. What temp do I set my soldering iron to? I set my soldering iron to 740. Yep, that's right, BBB. Somebody might want to ping that BBB command. You do 700. 700 is great. I personally like hot irons. But like I said before, I would target 640 to 680, probably right around 680 if I were recommending a temperature to a noob to begin learning. The hotter you go, the more cognizant of how long you are on the pad. But if you're able to get the job done quickly, the more likely you are to not cause damage to the board, actually. But you have to be aware of it in the first place. Okay, now I'm getting lazy, so we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Not lazy, but I don't want to bust more tape out. Oh, we hit the setback time. Also lubing creams as you speak. Ooh. Creams are great switches, man. But I still think there are better switches in the same family. Personally. Okay. So that bad boy is done. And should get us an indicator. And it does. Great. I don't reasonably know how to activate numlock. Isn't there a Windows keyboard? Let's see. No, that's not the one. Isn't there like an on-screen keyboard? It is. Does it have numlock? Scroll lock. That's the one I wanted. Okay. Scroll lock. How do I activate scroll lock this way? Super irritating. Okay, via it is. I can set a scroll lock key. That's irritating, guys. So literally what I'm gonna do is take this board that's already plugged in up here. I'm gonna make this A is gonna become scroll lock. Where are you at, scroll lock? There you are. A, great. Okay, perfect. You are now going to become A again. Okay, I know I didn't show you guys that, but sorry. What is going on here? Is it possible that I had two bad ones? Doesn't even make sense to me. Maybe I just soldered them in backward. Before we do that, plug it in. Test. So indicators were gonna be easy, but it turned out they were a pain in the ass anyway. It should be like this. Okay. It would be really weird to have two bad ones, but I'm happy we got this worked out here. Attention to detail, my friends. Perfect. Done. Perfect. So positive should be the way. Maybe they're just backward. Maybe just the middle one was backward. No, I think I just soldered it in backward like an idiot. But now we're 100% sure that we're right. There we go, guys. Bingo bango. Shift F14 for scroll lock. I did not realize that was the one, but I already got it. Thank you so much. All right. You got in on a key set that requires creams. What key set could that possibly be, my man? How could you possibly have a key set that requires creams? Be specific. So curious now. All right. So this actually should not be too bad now. Those are done. I actually like that this has a fixed plate, even though it's like polycarb, or not polycarb, but acrylic. And as much as I don't love acrylic and or polycarb boards, like just outright, especially not acrylic sandwich, like I shouldn't say I don't like polycarb boards. I actually really love the sound that they impart, but acrylic, especially sandwichy type, I've been hesitant to get into. But like, I don't know, man, this one is just really cool. Just really is. You like sandwiches? Oh, I like sandwiches. I know what you mean. I like actual sandwiches. All right, so now we're just gonna go row for row as per the usual. We're gonna reframe a little bit, I think. Give you guys a little bit more zoom. So that we're a little bit more in there. I prefer tactile switches personally. But I hate on very little in terms of generalizations. So I do not dislike linears. I just prefer tactiles. You know what? I've got something going on. Stop. Oh, that's good. Favorite tactile switch? Probably Zyko's. No, I don't know, man. Alps Browns. I'm gonna say Alps Browns. What about you guys? Favorite modern is definitely going to be Zycos. Jeff, you need more Browns. Yeah. Browns are a bear sometimes, man. They're not cheap. They are not cheap. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I don't know, man. Like they're really good, but they also are kind of hype. I mean, they're still Alps, right? So your keycap set is limited, and at least for colorways. And like they still have the same problems that any Alp switch has in terms of being pressed off center and being less stable. That being said, I still love them. Like, they're still my favorite, but they're not like the end all be all switch, right? Vintage Cherry Blacks. Vintage Cherry Blacks are great, man. But I still think I even say the same, right? Vintage Cherry Blacks are also kind of hype. Like a lot of Vint Blacks are not good at all. Like you got to have really clean ones. And I had a customer send me some recently, and I still need to check them out. But I can 95% say they won't be superior to the Telios that he sent me. But he sent me Vint Blacks and Telios, and it was like, if the blacks are good or can be salvaged and made awesome, ultrasonic clean them and do it. If you think they're not good, then use the Telios. I am going to check them out and I'm going to give it due diligence, but I will say that there's like a 95% chance that the Telios just perform better. Now I have some decent blacks. I also have some shit blacks, Vint Blacks. And it could go either way, right? I don't know if you guys agree. That's the way I feel about it. You have a spacebar that pops if you press the side new stabs ? I don't know, man. Like the wire pops out, or what do you mean by it pops? Like the sound? If you press the side? Are you just talking about like rattly stabs, basically? Visionary, you've gotten some Vints that are shitty. You just don't like the sound of the PC housing with Zeal. That's fair. That is fair, man. Yes, nylon housing sound good. A bunch of other ones sound good, but the reality is, while I agree with you, I think the case makes a way bigger difference in the sound performance of the board versus anything else. So somebody else asked, I don't know if it was you, Rican, One of you guys asked, maybe it was NoKB actually, asked what are the top 5 factors, and I never got back to it. In terms of what I look for, what makes a board great for me. So I'll just start going down a list. I don't have one pre-made. Rican, okay, it was you. So I didn't forget, I just put it off for a while. So talking about sound kind of really brings this back, right? So for me, sound is probably the number 1 factor. Because if it sounds bad while so all mechanical keyboards, even silenced ones, are going to make some sound. All keyboards are going to make some sound. And I think sound performance is probably number 1 for me, personally. But that's not to say it literally trumps all things entirely, right? Because there are, if the other factors, the next 2 factors combined, or any 2 factors combined, really could sway it. So let's not just say sound is like the end all be all, because it's not. It's a system, right? And as such, many factors determine its performance. Well, for me, sound being number 1, feel is going to be number 2, and aesthetics are going to be number 3, but they're not that far apart. So we're going to pull up switch editor real quick. Clear this. 4 things actuated. 4 things actuated. 4 things. 4 things. 4 things. 2 things. 3, 1. 1. One, two. 1, 2, 1. Perfect. Okay, yeah, so it's gonna then be feel and aesthetics, and those are really, really close. Those are even closer than feel is to sound, although they're all still really close. If we're gonna go into 2 other things, I guess it would probably be QMK. Like, I want it to be QMK, the end. And then price, and they're all fairly close. But that's for me personally, right? Price can be so bad that no matter how good those other things are, I'm not interested. Well, I should just say, Rican, that I mean firmware compatibility, but basically right now, the option for good firmware is QMK. Why QMK? Because all other things being equal, a bad firmware can make a board just a pain in the ass to deal with. One of my top 5 boards, definitely one of my top 10, though probably still on my top 5, is Duck Unicorn Legend, right? But Duck Unicorn Legend requires Snow Tools, which is garbage software to work with. It's really bad, and well, it basically makes the board kind of a pain in the ass to use or reprogram. And I should probably change that QMK thing to be standard operability, right? Because I don't just mean QMK. There's other factors there that are really important to discuss. So those other factors, other than just QMK in this case, right, is you could be talking about VIA, you could be talking about what else is there? Oh, it could be like standard interoperability. It could be like a connector, right? There's two connectors that everyone uses for all of this. There's this mini USB, and then there's USB-C. Nobody's using micro. If you deliver me something with micro USB, I'm probably gonna say that it's trash, and it probably will be. We could actually talk about standard operability being like, now standard is you have ESD on board. You have ESD protection on your PCB. Like, that should be standard. So I want to make that fourth factor all of the, like, a catch-all effectively for all of the features that I want, right? Yeah, poor duck. Which is unfortunate because I like their boards. They make good stuff. Like, extraordinarily good boards. But, like, put ESD on it, right? Because I'll go back to Duck Unicorn X Legend, right? Like, this is the example. I have rebuilt the same Duck Unicorn X Legend from the same customer and one from another customer that had problems with the PCB as a direct failure due to ESD. I don't know what to say. There's no two of yours are micro. Yeah. Okay, so I'm slamming Duck a little bit here, but like, you make great boards. Can you just make boards that are great all around? Can it not just be that the aesthetics are awesome? Because they are. If you want a board that has classy looking RGB, like real classy looking RGB, Visionaire, if you're familiar with a lot of ducks, right? I mean, like, that's where it's at, man. That's the one that's gonna deliver. Yeah, I mean, the design could just be a lot better, right? You could avoid those things, and micro USB was a bad idea for a keyboard from day one. I mean, that board that we did recently, so I rebuilt an IKBC MF108 for Tiny Shiny Crumb. I have not shipped it back to her yet, but that board came with micro USB, and when I rebuilt it the first time, I converted it to USB-C. Like, I straight up converted it. Now it has a cable connector inside, so I was able to basically cut an end off and put an adapter in there, and a 90 adapter, and get it to go from micro to USB-C internally with adapters. I didn't recable it. I didn't have to go through all those hoops. I did recable, but I used like the existing pigtail. We already did this one, right? We did that one. Yeah, we did that one. We did that one. Okay. So I did this one. This one. Boom. So if you notice, we're kind of star patterning it there. We're doing this to apply torque evenly. It's not as important as like your lug nuts in your car or anything, but why not get it right, right? Irui, thank you so much for that follow. That reminds me, anybody who's not already following or subbed, you should pop up there and click that button. Let's keep in touch. Let's do more builds together. All right, Visionaire. Tell me more about your ducks. You like them? You like them? All right, man. So now we got this board, and it looks super clean, actually. We don't have all the R's, the G's, and the B's going. We just have kind of white, and I like it, especially since we're going with monochrome, if I'm not mistaken. So let's get that sorted real quick. If you guys are doing this kind of build, you're bound to get a bunch of flux all over your desk, all over everything. So my recommendation would be to not use a desk mat that you care so much about it can't get dirty. This is a Minox Mionix Alioth. It's the bigger one. The XL. Mionix Alioth. Sorry. I don't know why I read it from there. I know what it's called and I just like read it and mispronounced it. You know, like an idiot. That's okay though. Sometimes we do foolish things here. You love the ducts, you don't love the connectors, don't love the dead spot in front of the diffusers, you love the angle, love the RGBs. Dude, I couldn't agree more with you, honestly, about ducts. I also like the angle. It's like LZ boards, right? Like, yeah, they're steep, but they're effing pretty. And I want one. What I really would love to find is an LZ CLS. Like, I love the LZ CLS and I want one. Tend to lean back in your chair a bit so it offsets the angle. It's not just not bad, I actually like it. I prefer it. The steeper angles. I like plenty of boards that don't have steep angles, but I mean, Duck and LZ boards are great. Okay, here we go. Zooming out a little bit, back to our 35 millimeter area. Right? Oof. No caps on this bad boy yet, but look at that. Pretty damn good, guys. Pretty damn good. All right, so we're gonna get some caps on. Now, if monochrome wasn't the one that came up, you all better correct me, but I'm pretty sure it was. Because they're going on. Once they start, they're not changing. You rest your wrists on the desk mat like a pleb. Dude, I feel you. I feel you. Oh man, this is gonna look so clean on here. It was hand or bite, sure. Too bad I don't have that one. Don't have it, man. I know you love it though. I do. Doop 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 doop. Is there supposed to be a page down? Oh, there is. I was like, I thought there was, but I don't see it. Anyone ever modded a Razer Orb Weaver? You can play WoW without it, but you want some different switches in it. So Razer, doesn't Razer use those Omron optical switches? Pretty sure you don't get to mod it. Not with cherry switches, at least. Anyone buying anything this month? Oof, dude. Already bought tons of stuff. So green was still going on this month. Black Lotus was going on this month still. Got in on that ×2. I'm gonna get in on that HMKB. I'm just not sure which one yet. So going back to that real quick. HMKB is here. Let me get it up for you. Come on, come on. Okay, here we go. So you get all these options. So I'm between the HMKB 95 and the HMKB 65. And the reason I'm between them is if you go to the HMKB 65, you'll notice that there's this style where you get 1 or 2 blockers. So you can either get I think there's a none too, right? Yeah, there's standard 1 blocker or 2 blockers. I would probably do stainless steel. And I would do a brass plate. And I would choose 1 blocker. So 1 blocker has this blocker right here. And if you do 2 blockers, then you get another blocker right here. So that's my thoughts on it, buddy. I just took it apart and every single optical switch apart. Oof, dude. That's rough. I think that one uses greens. You actually know someone who modded one. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth doing that mod, but if you really want it, then you should really do it. I will say that. Okay. Go on there. Come on. All right. Man, these caps are tight. Like the stems are tight. They don't want to like center well. Like a lot of boards that we do. Okay, I don't know how we got off that, but we're going back on. Nope, that's not what we want. We want these. Kind of wish I had the white arrow keys here. So you just started and your plate is fitting just fine. Dude, I'm so happy to hear that. That you didn't have problems. I really, really am. I am fairly equipped to deal with those problems, so it's probably better that it happened to my customer whose board this is rather than you. For real. I was like, there should be a minus here. And there should be a 1U plus here also. There it is. Hey, Impulsive Power, thank you for that new follow. Appreciate that, man. Really, really do. So I don't like that there's no center scooped 5 with this keycap set. I also wish that this keycap set didn't have the sub legends on the numpad, but other than that, it's pretty much a perfect set. So here's my question, right? Do we do this or, oh, you guys can't even see. Do we do this? Or do we do this? And do we do this? Or do we do this? I think we do white here and black there, personally. You want to do black and black? Why would we do black here, though? It continues. You want to do black here? Ooh, it's overwhelmingly black for both. Okay, so like this. Not this. Okay. Alphas are white, so white. All right, I'll take your word, TSC. Sorry, Jeff. I think it looks good both ways, to be honest, so I'm fine with it. And I do agree that for this board, because it's got a black top on it, it does kind of look pretty cool. We use gray. Pull out 9s. You like framing the white alphas? I kind of understand that, but I don't have this. So if I used white on black F keys, I would understand. But we're not moving. Compromising. We switched to 8008. Oof. We are not doing that. Not at this point. All right. So, I think this is a beautiful board. I hope you guys do too. I think that looks stunning. Stunning, my friends. Look at those whites right there. Oof. Sexy, sexy. I think it looks great. Not overstated, but just enough. And for a sandwich type board, it's gorgeous. So I only have one CP that I can compare this to right now, and I will say I like the layout of HBCP more than this one. So this is what we get. This is the difference. I also love that this customer, if you're still in here, Star Fox, is gonna have both of these two boards at his disposal. Please tell you where you can get stuff from the US so you don't have to wait 5 months. Yeah. Okay. So this is a little bit more compact. We don't have an extra switch there. There's a gap here, but I think it looks clean. I don't know though. I really like this. I mean, this is obviously heavier because it's all metal, blah blah blah. Yeah, this is HBCP. Spare cash. This is mine. Thanks, man. I do too. This one is beautiful and heavy and great. Sorry, Doka Mode, your KBD order is in limbo. That's lame, man. It hurts. So I want to look at them side by side in terms of height. So this one has a space there, but if you look at it, they're pretty much the same height. In fact, the HBCP is just ever so slightly shorter. Yeah, this even goes down a little bit that way, so it's technically even a little bit shorter than that. Yeah, so there's a bump there. Obviously the angle is steeper right here, which you can see. Lengthwise, this one's also a little wider. You're just gonna have to take my word for it that they're lined up over here, but the light up goes to this guy for sure, and I like that angle a lot. It's pretty steep compared to what I'm used to for this layout. All right, yours still says unfulfilled Doka mode, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. I really am. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Hopefully you used expedited shipping. Wago. Yeah, it happens. But to be honest, to the US, they tend not to actually be that long. Even if they're like waiting for a while or whatever, they tend to actually go a lot faster than you'd think. All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna test this out. Ooh. Okay, boys and girls. Well, we're gonna sound test this real quick. It's gonna be real easy. And frankly, it's gonna sound fantastic as far as I can tell. So let me pull up my Go XLR and change all of our stuff. I'm gonna turn off the air conditioner that's going on in the room next door. All right, that should buy us a fairly good Visionaire 137. Man, put me on that spot. I mean, I did 75, I guess, on the last typing test, but I don't type consistently all the time. Mostly because I don't practice at all. Okay, so turning my gate off, compressor off. So now there's going to be all sorts of loud sounds, potentially, so be prepared, boys and girls, be prepared. Killing the music. And here we go. So that space bar sounds a little bit more hollow than it could have before. I can turn the total volume down a little bit. Here, I turned it down just a little bit, so hopefully it won't be too bad, but the mods do sound beautiful. I don't know. I'm really liking it. Okay. You know, if I were smart, what I would have done is I would have pulled up Firefox earlier. Like, not a fool. Sorry. It's okay. We got this. Okay, so you guys ready? you all ready for this? All right. Hopefully you guys can see. Yes, you can. Oh, come on. Okay, let's turn that off. Okay, here we go. Come on. Okay, we're gonna do that again. That was bad. Yeah, real bad. Feeling turbad. Whew. Okay. Try one more. We're gonna go to this view. So I can move this back just a little bit. Sorry. Hopefully that's not super loud. Okay. Because that was irritating. Okay, there we go. I'm not saying I'll do better, but I am saying that I'm going to try to do better. Well, okay, 69, a little bit better. Yeah, that was like not great. Not great. But we got a little bit better. Okay, so I'm going to turn all the noise gate and compressor and all that stuff back on. You know, just so you guys aren't deafened by everything. And hopefully my voice still sounds good. Yeah, this is kind of a sexy keyboard. I'm not going to lie. I'm really, really, really liking it. It doesn't weigh very much. Love the indicators. I just love the way it looks. I really, really do. I like that it's on white, so at least I can see that all of the LED elements seem to work just fine. That's important in a board. I give mad props for that. You bought Metaverse R2, which is basically Weeb monochrome. It kind of is Weeb monochrome. I don't disagree with you, man. I don't at all disagree with you, but Weeb monochrome is cool. All right, guys. I mean, shit, this has been really good. I'm really liking this board build. So I'm gonna part with one more request that I do every time. if you guys aren't already following and you want to keep in touch and you want to do more of these, please go ahead and jump in, hit up that follow or sub, whatever you want to do, and then jump on over to my socials. So my YouTube channel, my Instagram, follow me or sub or whatever there. And there's one other thing that I really want, two other things that I really want to plug. One is for me, and the most important I'll save for last. So the other one is a project that TSC and Jeff Langalandia, right? The guy you know as Langalandia. So that Jeff and TSC and I are all doing together, called Calanopes. And that's here. So go ahead and follow that or sub to that YouTube channel if you don't mind. And then one more thing that you all should pay attention to now. This one is the most important, and it's not about me. This one, right, is a COVID relief charitable stream that we're all doing. Not just me, but a bunch of streamers, a bunch of the community. You're going to have a lot of the names that you recognize in there. And we're all getting together specifically just to make content for you guys that's helping out. So I really, really hope that you guys are able to make that. That'll be this weekend. Hit up Visionaire or go to the site if you want more information about it. I would really appreciate it if you did. There's giveaways, there's a silent auction, there's going to be all sorts of stuff going on. And it's really, really important. Let's help the people that need it. All right, so thank you guys so much for coming in, checking it out. I don't know who's streaming right now, but I'm about to find out, and we're gonna rate them. And if there isn't anyone in our community doing that, which is not too uncommon on a Wednesday night, I don't see anybody right now. We're gonna we'll read Critter Vision, I guess. I love that Critter Vision. Ooh, and there's Trash Pandas on there. Anybody feel free to correct me if you see someone other than Critter Vision worth rating, especially if they're keyboard related. Made your workday a lot better. Hey, Xperms, thanks for joining. I really appreciate it. There's 40 something of you guys in here right now, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you guys so much. This has been a really fun day. We built a really awesome board. There's one thing I didn't yet do that's really important that I do for you guys. I try and do this for you guys every time, and I try not to forget, but it happens sometimes. One more factor about this board. It's 2 pounds 10 ounces, so it's just shy of 3 pounds, which makes it honestly one of the lightest boards we built in quite a while. One of Christo Fury is actually building a board. Okay, I'm willing to check that out. I don't know where end is. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm sad to say that I have not. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna definitely gonna do this one. Definitely. Wow, 404 followers or viewers. That's cool. I'm actually seeing it looks like it's frozen, that stream. Oh, okay, there it went. No, it does look like it's freezing up though. It's probably just me. I will raid that guy because, well, keyboards. Sorry, Trash Pandas. I love them too, but keyboard content comes first. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of your time. And they will always be in my heart. Trash Pandas right here. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much. enjoy the rest of your night and enjoy this stream. I know I'm going to watch a little bit of it too. Bye, guys.